versus 4th, right? The expectations, at the very least, between these two groups, but also the actual standings right now. WE haven't been able to pick up a game so far in their best.
The only
on the
team.
opposite side. Yeah, the only team, mind you. Every other team has at least picked up one individual match, right? One individual map. WE have not managed that feat so far, and they're going up against Anyone's Legend, who, for all intents and purposes, have looked pretty damn good so far in this group.
Yeah, I'd say so.
You know?
People are starting to ramp up in their support behind Anyone's Legend, maybe putting them right behind BLG as another top team. They are one of the only teams that, has the record to keep up with that major contender down there. But it's also a testament to that growth we've seen from the new additions to Anyone's Legend. And I think that's an important thing to focus on, obviously, moving forward here. But I look at these groups. I mean, last night's giga banger series between JDG and Weibo Gaming. It was a lot of fun. If you didn't watch it, please go watch it again. The groups are starting to pan out, but it seems like a lot of them are in the same kind of way that we maybe had expectations of coming into the split.
Yeah, giga banger is all about perspective, Mazel. Like,
Bro, did you watch it?
Look,
did
I
you
did.
watch it?
Look, I watched it, and in my new role this year, I've got to be a lot more analytical outside of when I'm here and doing. Fantastic on the entertainment side, man.
Absolutely.
JDG and Weibo have me
but
reeling
all that
on the
giga
macro
banger
end.
means is entertainment level. Come on.
Look, I'm there for it. I'm not playing it down. Look, if you missed that series, Mazel is correct. You have to go back and watch it. If you are a true cerebral League of Legends thinkings person,
yes.
It might drive you a little insane, but it
might be
again a very, very fun series. Hey, look, schedule's on the screen.
Now we're going to be looking ahead at the rest of the week. We only have one more week in this group stage. Then we move on to the playoffs. 2 teams from each group are all that make it out. 2 teams eliminated. Some very fun ones to finish this one out. A couple very important ones, but we are going to be kicking it off with AL and WE tonight. The rounding out, as I had said earlier, for both these 2 teams in the group stage. On one hand, for AL, it's how dominant can you be? How solid do you look? Can you truly be a contender to BLG? And for WE, you're just asking, what can go right? Monkey's playing, which we'll get to in just a little bit, but we have to see something go right for WE as a whole, and we'll take a look at them now.
Yeah, it's all about, can we win a bloody game? I think to
just
be
one,
fair,
man, just one.
It's a fair assessment, just one singular game. And going up against Anyone's Legend, obviously we've said already, we've seen it first in the group. They've looked generally very dominant so far. Even in the people have been a bit critical of the top esports series, the actual individual performances, much like I was about the JDG Weibo series, but nonetheless still won 3-2-1 in that series, right? So WE, whether it's going to be Monkey finding that impact, or if it's going to be someone else picking up the weight, we would at the very least like to see them win a single game or make it be competitive.
I welcome the change. I want to see what WE can bring to the table. I still want to see what those prospects look like going into that next split. Now, on the other hand, the big heavyweights coming into the fight tonight. Anyone's Legend. The big changes being Flandre and Tarzan. I know WE is going to be sitting there across maybe a little bit jelly here as Shanks and Hope looking a lot better over on the Anyone's Legend side than those fateful years ago on Team WE.
Different shade of red, and it looks a lot better for Shanks and Hope, eh? I mean, I recall us in 2023 speaking about both Hope and Shanks, and specifically Shanks.
That undefeated run. That was literally from Shanks and Hope.
The undefeated run, but then also, how for us we felt like potentially if WE were ever going to do some kind of big rebuild for them, like historically it would be through Shanks, right? It would be about building around Shanks, and unfortunately off seasons are off seasons, and here he is now on Anyone's Legend.
And I think that's the most important part, at least in this regard, is how much Shanks is going to have an influence tonight. As we're going to be taking a look at some of those clips from him on Team WE. But it feels like so long ago when we were watching this team, who also have Missing on there, by the way, a little bit of a throwback in that regard. But being able to see kind of the throwback to when we saw Shanks come up through the org he kind of developed with on WE, and the big transition for him away from that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been quite a journey, I suppose. so far for Shanks, right? And it's just nice to see him on this Anyone's Legends roster now, and at the very least for 2025, performing exceptionally well so far, right? That development always was a big point of what we spoke about when it came to Shanks here throughout the back end of his tenure on WE. Now seeing the fruits of that labor here with Anyone's Legend, it's always fantastic watching him play. Very versatile, and yeah, again, as we've said, developed pretty damn nicely into the LPL. And I think for many now, he's on that kind of lower echelon of top mids here in the LPL.
That's what I think is so cool, is he's solidified himself as at least top of the average of the pack in terms of LPL mids, but burgeoning into that upper echelon here. And it's been nice to see that the hard work that's been going into that. But I think AEL as a whole have put in a lot of hard work coming into this split. I mean, there was the massive resurgence from them when Tabe had signed last year, but the addition of Flandre and Tarzan has just felt smooth as butter here, Jamada.
Tarzan's the regular season guy, right? What else is there to say? So far, Tarzan is... I think whenever I speak with people about Tarzan, rather, for this split so far, when they tunnel in on his performance directly, I think they've been a little bit more critical, because this is kind of the first time in a little while he's been in a roster where maybe there are doubts about more than one person, but then obviously Hope, Kyle, everyone has stepped up immediately. Everyone is there for Anyone's Legend. And then they kind of turn that doubt into looking towards Tarzan and going, well, you know, can he do it now? And the answer to me has resoundingly been yes, right? So far, he has been very excellent. He, to me, stands as the regular season king at the minute. Very apt to his name, I suppose, Tarzan, right? King of the jungle. It's got to be, you got to fit the title in somewhere.
You're right.
And yeah, between him and Flandre, they have been an absolute rock on the top side, and obviously the rest of the map for Tarzan for Anyone's Legend so far this split.
And we were coming into the split, I know the big additions definitely made a splash, but the continuation of Tabe working with this team, but also kind of the cohesion from this bot trio that we have going on here. And I think especially the growth of Kyle, of all people, has been really fun to watch, just because Tabe seems to be, you know, working these guys perfectly into the ways that they need to, letting them express themselves in a lot of picks. And those expectations weren't necessarily put on them until we started seeing them in the season, in the split, in Demacia Cup, really having some fun with it.
Yeah, honestly, I think Kyle's an interesting one to talk about, because even last year he was definitely, I think in some ways he was kind of like not fully ignored, but he wasn't also really the center of discussion around AL like super often. He was just there. I think maybe the apt word is kind of just passenger. So seeing that development now between, you know, him and Hope even further, right, this year, and then, like you say, the addition of Tabe. I'll always be a big Tabe fan, just from
Why is that?
you know,
Why is that?
well, for me, I'm a young buck when it comes to you know, LPL now, right? Obviously, Tabe has been around forever, but I look at what he did to shift BLG into that kind of, yes, top end of the table team already, performing, you know, kind of top 5, 4th. It was right on the back end of the organization putting together the super rosters that weren't quite working. And then we get most of the iteration of today's BLG. They're performing well, great, fantastic, and Tabe joins and that's it. They're winners, right? So that's the kind of caliber of coach recently that Tabe has been. He comes in and he completely transforms teams. And it's not just philosophically on the Rift, it's also in the draft. And that's, for me, one of the biggest aspects about what makes Tabe so great. So I'll always be there to back out a project that Tabe's behind.
And I know that those kind of expectations before the split that we were talking about did stem a lot from Tabe being a part of this roster as a whole, and some of the changes that he brings to the table. But I think the most fluid thing that I love so much about this team is the relationship between Flandre and Tabe, and some of the things we could see in that top lane that Flandre had been revolutionizing, at least in the LPL. Unfortunately, his strats are out, man. They cut him off at the source, so he's gonna have to find some more stuff. But that's where, you know, coming out of Demacia Cup and stuff, Flandre was very excited for the split and the fearless best of fives, because there's a lot of flexibility that can be had, and I want to see if maybe they want to try to have a little bit of fun with WE tonight.
I get, like, they're kind of soft locked for first, right? I mean, not mathematically. I'm not going to do the maths on broadcast, but
They win tonight.
Like the likelihood is they're going to finish first. So I do wonder how much creative freedom Tabe allows the boys on the Rift tonight, because a lot of these players do like to pull out some pretty wacky picks, right? Tarzan especially actually is kind of one of the few junglers in the league that will exhaust options just for the love of the game.
Sometimes for the bad of the game,
sometimes for the bad of the game too, for sure. So I wonder if we see some particularly creative picks. I think Tarzan, I don't want to say he was the first jungler to pull out the Pantheon, but he was definitely one of the first this year. In my mind, at the very least, Tarzan's the player that put Pantheon kind of on the map as a potential option.
What would you have had in terms of the rankings totality of LPL? Where would you have had AL coming into the split?
Oh, okay. So I've got a couple.
Do you remember your power rankings?
I can't remember my exact power rankings, and I feel like I actually put one together and I posted it on Twitter. So maybe I'm about to contradict myself completely.
You might be. That's gonna be hilarious.
And that's fine if I do. But I think I learned about Doinby joining NIP like weirdly late, right? And I feel like was the announcement to it late as well? I feel like the announcement came out kind of late about Doinby being on NIP, right?
It was kind of after all the initial.
It was after all the initial.
The
stuff,
rumor
right?
was out early.
Yeah, the rumor was out early. So to me, it was always BLG were going to be first. I don't see it being any other way.
Okay.
Once I had learned about NIP's Doinby secret being real,
okay,
in my head, the ceiling for that team is second, and they're probably third. I had a lot of faith, and maybe this is a hot take, I had actually a lot of faith in the JDG roster. And whilst, to me, sorry, I'm taking my time here. Whilst to me, because I think we got a bit of time whilst we're waiting for the players to get the walkout done.
the ultimate.
Whilst JDG's roster is pretty much, new top to bottom in terms of like the composition of the roster itself, right? I feel like the floor of all of these players is really damn high. So I kind of had them at second because I don't know what it is. I don't have faith in this top esports roster. I really don't, and I really want to, but I haven't been impressed so far. They've come out,
True.
they beat WE, their top esports, their AL series didn't look super impressive, but I would still probably have them in around top 4. So for me, AL kind of sat rather about 4th, like on average. If we could kind of say team is, A team is finishing 4th to like 6th, I would say like 3rd at like ceiling, 5th at like floor is where I would expect them.
I did have high expectations as soon as I saw Flandre and Tarzan coming over. I did expect some good things from AL. I think they've kind of blown those expectations out of the water as well with the performances we have seen from them so far. Only dropping a singular game to top esports. Yes, that series looked a little bit more shaky for them. But tonight is a test of strength for them. How dominant can they be in Team WE's home arena? As you see the walkouts coming here into Xi'an. It is an incredible area, incredible place. If you ever get a chance to visit, the food is so damn good. But hopefully WE will get a little bit of that momentum coming from their crowd to get them at least a game win, Jamada.
A game win.
That's our goal tonight. I know it's a low bar, but that's our goal.
I feel like we're going to have fun tonight, Mizel, because too many of us, I feel like the expectations are just so clear that it now becomes a bit of a funny race of us being able to root for WE completely carefree.
Can I say, though, my expectations for WE were actually a little bit higher than what we're seeing. And the group system, the draws, like all of that changes your trajectory as these teams.
Yep.
But the lack of coordination really blew my mind in a lot of cases. And I'm so sad that we didn't get to see a lot of these prospects have those kind of standout moments. But I'm particularly looking at Tianjin, who I actually still had a little bit of faith in, even after some of the fluctuations last year. And now to see Monkey coming in, it's a big change. But Monkey is no stranger to the LPL scene, even if he spent most of his time in the LDL and the EDG system. And I want to see if maybe this is the right molding piece to kind of make everything fall into the right areas for Team WE.
Yeah, even if it's just for this series, right? Just kind of changing up the mold. And I think a lot of us were quite happy with Monkey's performance, despite what was going on with EDG at the time last year. So I think a lot of us still have positive memories of Monkey and his overall aggressiveness.
I mean, in LDL, he's a monster.
Yeah, right? So
Vance is a monster.
In terms of the kind of like the strictly LPL viewers, right? The kind of I don't want to flame any. I don't want to flame the LPL, but like the LDL is it's kind of akin to watching the Challenger series over in the LCK, right? Or the Korean Challenger series, I think as it's called. It's difficult sometimes to get into those leagues unless you are really in the nitty gritty and you're down with it. It's kind of the same as being a follower of the ERLs in Europe. People know about Monkey if they watch the LDL, but people that watch the LPL, watch the LDL, but if they only watch the LPL, then all they remember is that stint where Monkey was trying to just save a sinking ship in EDG.
Hey, he was filling in for JJ when JJ went down in the bathroom. I don't know what happened in that situation, but you know, he got concussed and Monkey came in and you know, he was trying.
Bathroom diff, man. What can we say? Bathroom diff.
Shout out to JJ for still being okay.
So yeah, we're just kind of hoping for WE that Monkey can at the very least bring a bit of fangs to bear, right? For them this series, because you know the expectation is that, like, as we've stated now, Anyone's Legend should run through this series with relative confidence. So much of that should definitely come through Tarzan specifically too.
And you can't be one to just want to farm it out against Tarzan. He will manipulate your jungle in the ways you don't like it. Now, we're getting into the 1v1 side select. If you're new around these parts, it is for side select. We'll see first 2 kills, first turret, or first 100 CS, unless it's the Ring of Fire, and then it's just the first kill. We have an important moment to talk about here, though, that we didn't really get to build up to, but Kyle is the one taking the 1v1 against Cube. We've been seeing some supports being willing to go into these. I know On famously having a terrible time in his 1v1 for BLG, but maybe Kyle's got hands. What do you think?
Maybe look, maybe this is the beginning of the support uprising in terms of the 1v1s.
Top laners in shambles, man.
Look,
can't even win 1v1s.
Collectively, as a community, I feel like we all I can't say that word on broadcast. We all dookie on supports for having
way to be subtle.
Let it be subtle. For having the worst mechanics out of most player-based groups. Some supports are kind of mechanically good, man. I don't know what else to say. Like, they're just supports because they love the role. Kyle just locked in Alistar.
Yeah, he did. He's gonna out-tank him and literally knock him into the fire, just like last night where we had to wait like 8-9 minutes to watch Lee Sin kick Anivia out of the fire ring. It's gonna be the same thing. We have decided in the LPL we are just gonna cheese these 1v1s. Just take champions that can knock champions into the fire. We just have to wait 9 minutes.
You know what? This is so funny because I recall I want to say that I was on one of the first casts this year that had the 1v1 system implemented, because I think was it a part of the Marcia Cup as well? No, it was just this split, right?
Yeah.
And I remember kind of devising with my co-caster at the time. I was like, man, I wonder how deep this goes, because 1v1s feel really goofy in concept.
I think it was with me, because
it might have been with you, because I feel like 1v1s are really goofy in concept, right? But side select is really important pretty much always.
It is.
There has not been a time, I feel like, where 1v1s haven't actually, or rather side select hasn't been an important factor. There is almost always a stronger side and a weaker side. So at what point do we just start getting really funny strategies, right?
Why is Kyle doing this?
I feel like we're there.
I want to know. I want to hear the conversation on why this was chosen and why he's doing. God, this is going to be hilarious.
Well, where do we begin? So, there is one thing which could potentially be sort of important to note. Alistar does have a fair amount of sustain. Now, they don't have the oh, well, Kyle missed the knock up on to the skies. They don't have the debuffs, right? I don't think, for playing Howling Abyss, Because if they did, I think that would suck. So I'm pretty sure that Alistar's healing is pretty high. The minions just kind of have to die. Jace, no sustain. No, innate sustain. Though he does have double Doran's. Oh my god, who remembers double Doran's blade?
No.
Need that back.
All the swords. I think you should
back.
only be able to buy as many blades as you can carry. That's the change for next year.
Okay.
It's like RPG inventory. You have to, No, I don't think it's gonna happen. There's no way. Is there any strategy to this early on?
Well,
or are you just waiting until the Ring of Fire?
You could look at the bottom and see his CS, man. I don't know what else to tell you. He's not gonna win the CS race, and I think Cube also knows that now at this point. This just feels like waiting for the Ring of Fire. I can't see it going any other way. Okay.
It's the little things. Honestly, it's the little things.
Look,
sometimes that's all you need.
Bro, he's gonna edge out ahead in the health department, right? Like the sustain is eventually gonna be good, but as I think about it, the only problem is it's double Doran's blade for Cube, right? So that's gonna be 6% life steal constantly going, and I don't know if is it gonna be enough to outdo Alistar sustain? Like,
Dude, I honestly, I hear all this analysis and I keep pushing you towards it, but all I see right now is that we're gonna wait another 5 minutes until somebody knocks somebody out into the fire.
I'm trying so hard for
it's literally just gonna become a see who can knock somebody back fast. But the thing is, little counterplay option here. Cube has his knockback too. So what happens when both knockbacks come into each other at the same time? How is Cube gonna do? Those are the things we need to analyze.
Like normally you're able to buffer the JC when someone gets near you, but I have a feeling that Alistar headbutt, like the missile speed on headbutt is too fast for like
what if he,
a response.
like,
Even if you
there's some little outplays you could have though. Like what if he just like flashes underneath the headbutt pulverize and like knocks him out in the fight? There's some moves. Cube might have the hands.
Yeah, maybe. We're gonna have to wait a few minutes to find out.
We're gonna wait and see. We're gonna wait and see. Because there's no damn way that these people are farming 100 CS. Like there's absolutely no way we're getting to 100.
No, that won't be happening. That won't be happening for sure. It's a lot of damage. Remember, they can recall, right? So
yeah.
Despite being the Howling Abyss, do not be fooled. They are allowed to recall.
Just back, Kyle. But honestly, he might not even care about dying one time, except for the gold he'd give over. But I mean, you have to die twice without the Ring of Fire. Is he gonna stop?
He's gonna stop that.
Is he gonna stop?
Yeah.
There's a cow in the bush. Okay. That's the scariest cow in the bush I ever seen. Cows don't usually hide in bushes. I don't know if you've ever seen a cow pasture. There's not. I know you have.
I've heard,
but maybe the general audience.
I've heard only goats hide in bushes.
Oh. Ha 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 ha.
Cheers, man. I was waiting.
Do you have the emote at least? Did you get the hide on bush emote? Oh my god.
I didn't. I need a Riot account, man. I need the unlocked. I need a Riot unlocked account. Just get me all the content.
Unfortunately, this is not the place to. I could lead you to Riot Games website. Kyle did get the back off, so riveting stuff happening here. We are gonna get the resets coming through. No Ring of Fire just yet, but double CS. Doesn't matter. First item still both completed. So Eclipse against the Thornmail.
Huh. I still
should have gone to AP Alistair, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Tank items are broken. Generally, like one item tank items, most he's likely gonna get. I like the Thornmail. He's also gone Headbutt Max, which I can't recall how much lower.
There's a very particular reason for that.
The reason why I bring it up is because I actually don't think the cooldown gets that much lower, but it's very clear where his mind's at.
Did you also see the counterplay to the heal there? Got Cube knocking Kyle out of it this time, and we're getting some really crazy gameplay.
Just refuses to let him sustain, man. But again, the problem is
he's
so much
Alistar.
AD. Like, Cube's got so much AD now with the Eclipse plus the double Dorans that he will just heal up on the wave. And Alistar's gonna continually heal. Will he get the cannon? He does.
Oh, let's go.
225 gold.
Yeah, everything's like buffed in this. It's like
Love
the
that.
Swift play ARAM.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
just a cow and a guy just hanging out on a
guy.
bridge.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Now the real question is, are backs going to be in time? I mean, the circle comes up very preemptively ahead of the actual ring closing, but once it starts closing, it goes real fast.
Yeah, that it does. I think it takes maybe 45 seconds to fully close, like end to end. So once it starts, it doesn't stop. Cube's gonna go and pick up that heal at the back, so he's gonna be a little bit healthier, I guess. But Kyle, I think he wants that base now. He's gonna look for it, but Cube could stop him in that position. And I think now with the ring being on the map, he's just not gonna take it. Probably gonna headbutt him out of this hill. Oh! Okay. Well,
See, those are the kinds of things that can happen when the fire is there. Then Kyle's probably dead.
Remember what I asked if you know, Jace can buffer the Alistar?
Yeah.
I think we just got our answer.
We did, and now we see a little bit of the cloak pulled back. What is this final fight gonna look like?
It's gonna look pretty
and
bad.
The fire's
Michelle.
already here. Kyle
he's
did
not
not get a back off.
Didn't get a back off. Had to blow his ult because of the buffer.
Oh, he's so dead. He's gonna try to play the.
Cooked.
Oh no, he wants it. He's too late. Oh, that didn't even. Well, okay, we had our supports try yet again, and unfortunately another support fails in the 1v1. It does mean Team WE will get side select, though.
Yep, I suppose so. Free WE. I mean, you know, that's what it's all about.
Look at the smiles.
Like
That's all that matters.
game like this, you know, they're just kind of happy to give it over. No problem, I suppose. They're not too fussed about being on being on red side. Is my assumption anyway. Is it will be a blue
they
side
do
side
love
select.
red side. So they've only had one game on blue side, by the way, and they won that one. So we'll see. But I do want to bring back a conversation that we were kind of foreshadowing to earlier. I was asking why you love Tabe so much. What is this relationship? Why do you like following him so much? But we also kind of dug into some of their draft styles and wanted to break that down a little bit because it has been interesting what they've been able to do with some of the flexible parts of the meta that we've seen.
Yeah, now what's nice about this graphic is, as Mazel actually just kind of brought up earlier, they've been loving red side. So all of their drafts are on the right-hand side of this graphic. It's the left-hand side drafts of the teams they're playing against. 2 top esports drafts, 1 LGD draft. But as you can see from the right-hand side, they're just so willing to kind of play anything, you know? We've had a volley bear game. We've not seen much volley bear globally in the jungle. I think we actually got a weird random one in NA just the weekend gone by. But aside from that, it kind of very rarely pops its head until you get into these kind of game 3, 4, 5 scenarios and of the like. But talking about volley bear, Seraphine's also in that draft, right? You've got some bards coming out.
True.
There is just a lot of creativity top to bot, even when it comes to some of the earlier games when they feel like it. Obviously, the LGD game, they probably feel a little bit more confident and just kind of busting out a few different things. Getting the Bard angle into the Braum is something that we see from our more seasoned Bard players, right? So yeah, just to me, the creativity and then also direct answers to the compositions that they're looking at always scream to me very adaptive, right? Very on the fly, very happy to creatively try and deconstruct what the enemy team is putting together so they can just play the game how they intend to play it as easily as they can. Draft makes it easy for them.
And very willing to utilize that counter pick to buff up the person that they're trying to work towards. And yes,
So
a lot of the time in the past have been Flandre, but they do it so well.
I just want to say on that note as well, because I actually brought it up, shout out to the NLC, on the NLC broadcast the other day. It's so frustrating seeing teams give R5 to a player and then they just don't give them the creative freedom to really try and break a game open. And it feels like a part of Tabe's philosophy of giving whoever he gives R5 is just complete freedom of, look, it's like he just kind of talks his headset into his player. He's like, look, pick whatever you want. I trust you, right? And then the player just comes out with whatever the hell it is, whatever they feel like, time and time again, especially when you get deep into the well, they've not that they've had many, they've only had 1 4-game series, but you can imagine once we get into situations where AL maybe end up in a 5-game series, you can see that being a thing where we get something from the deep annals of a player's champion pool. So I'm really looking forward to continually seeing this potentially happen, but also even in series like this where maybe the reins are a little bit off in terms of pressure, we get some fun picks, right? From the get-go, but more importantly, again, they're creative and try to break apart what the enemy team are doing in their responses.
Well, we've spent a lot of time talking about AL. On the other side, is there anybody that you're particularly looking at besides Monkey to try to have a stalwart performance in their final series, at least trying to have something going for them? I thought you'd at least give a shout out to your buddy Aragon with the vampire pick or anything. Like, no, all right, bro, cool.
Look, man, I like Cube when he pulls out Nasus and all of these weird picks, you know. But you know, otherwise, I'm really struggling. I'm really struggling to see like bright points. I fear for WE, and that has just been the story of their split so far. Unfortunately, I fear, right? Like, it is occasionally hard to talk about teams when they're struggling like this, and this format specifically is very weirdly ruthless, right? It's very strangely ruthless. Yeah. So very limited team pool. They've quite literally played against LGD and then top esports, right? Like it's two completely different sides of the spectrum in the LPL strength department as well, and they haven't picked up a single individual game, right? So I look at this series and I go, much like we were kind of talking about when we came into it, what can you do, right? What can you show us to at the very least say, look, we can put out one good performance before we go on holiday for a few weeks. And I still,
it's a little bit more than a few weeks.
It's more than a few weeks.
It's a long time.
It's a long time. You asked me, like, aside from Monkey, I guess my answer would, like, strangely of all players, probably end up being Cube. I'm not super sold on the bot lane, though. I will say Taeyun as an AD, he does individually look good, but it's very difficult to look good.
It is.
On a team that's struggling, right? I think AD is the one specific role where if your team's not doing well, you don't really get an opportunity to play the game.
Yeah. Well, we are kicking off draft number 1. WE on that blue side going to ban away the Callista, the Akali, and the Corki. An interesting addition in that one. No Ashe ban just yet. It is the Cassante and the Skarner banned already by AL. No Scorpion lovers here. It is also the Nocturne ban, finally.
Yeah, so what are we getting then? Ashe, Rumble, Vi,
Rumble, absolutely.
Available. There's the Rumble. It does make that rel priority on the opposite side also kind of rise a little bit, but for AL, they're going to lock in the Jace immediately. No question.
No more tank? No more. Are we still going to get the tank build? He's got another build.
I feel like what's
AP Jace has come out now. Riftmaker.
I feel like what's been quite funny is we've actually seen kind of over from the LCK. Actually, they were doing it originally. I feel they weren't going full tank Jace. They started to immediately adapt and kind of go the bruise items, right? So they were going Shojin maybe into full tank, and then slowly over time it feels like it's evolved from that into Shojin, Muramana, Black Cleaver, and between Shojin and Black Cleaver, and then all the health that you can stack up from Grasp when you don't get lane swapped on, you end up having like 3,500 HP, right, by the time you hit 3 items. So that with the tank stats that you do get from the hammer form, it kind of all evens out in the end. That said, WE immediately answered with the Ezreal to try and match range against the Varus in the laning phase. Varus tend to still go or see more poke Varus than on hit, but we'll see whether or not Hope decides to pivot off of that trend. Vampire's going to take up the Leona, and then we spoke about the rel as a probable priority of WE. It wasn't snapped up, so AL are going to take that one.
Some big picks off the board in this Fearless best of 5. Remember, anything that's picked is no longer available for the rest of the series. We're in the second phase. Very heavy focus towards Monkey and his comfort picks of the Vi and the Wukong. On the other side, the Sylas that has been working so well for anyone's legend, but also see if they want to continue that mid lane focus.
Yeah, I wonder if it will be double mid bans towards Shanks. And it seems to be...
It is?
A big fat resounding yes. As now Tarzan, what will you pick, right? The Wukong, the Vi, Nocturne, Skarner, a lot of jungle bans. Tarzan's hovering through some pretty fun options, but I do imagine that the Xin Zhao is the one that ends up coming through here. Probably the strongest available skirmisher, still up and available in the main premier pool of junglers. So
and
see
you
that
would
one go
love
through.
this.
You would not only love it, but now it kind of makes you wonder, what will Monkey pick, right? Are we going to get something equally as aggressive, perhaps from slightly deeper down in the pool? Something like an immediate lease in, or I was going to bring it up, but I wasn't sure because it's not something that people always pick directly into the Xin Zhao, but Jax is obviously such a good answer because of the Counter-Strike that, yeah, we're going to see this one be answered out by Monkey immediately alongside that Azir. So Jungle Jax, not something we see frequently, but we'll talk about it once we're in game. And for Shanks, the Victor is up and available if he wants it. The Aurora's up. There are plenty of options up.
Yeah, there's so many options available.
If Shanks wants it, despite those bans even.
I love this gauntlet thrown down immediately, though. I know we really wanted to talk about Shanks a lot, the kind of holdovers of Shanks and Hope on Team WE all those years ago, but my premier matchup is always my GOAT Tarzan versus any new blood that's going to be going against him. And this is a guy who's ruthless in the jungle. He will absolutely take control of the jungle and wrestle it away from you. The fact that Monkey has come out with his own kind of style of pick into this and traditionally should go pretty well for him, I want to see them go head to head.
Yeah, so do I. And I mean, honestly, Jax as a jungler is weirdly strong just because of the nature of his skirmishing, and some people value his team fighting quite highly, and you know, the Counter-Strike pressure is very high, but you need to have engage in different places, and they definitely do. Between the Leona and between the Rumble, they've got a lot of non-committal engage that they can certainly pounce on. So I'm excited for Monkey, not only in the early game, but later on in the team fights. The early game is, though, where the bread and butter is made with Jax, especially when you pick it into Xin Zhao. You are looking to answer him directly. You are looking for skirmishes. Yeah. And not only that, the Counter-Strike is a great dive tool too, right? If you have any other bit of CC, it is fantastic for diving. So if we end up in a lane swap scenario, maybe, just maybe, W have some options to get the gauntlet rolling for themselves in an early game.
Might just be. It is the kickoff of the final week of the group stage. It is the final time that we're going to be seeing in this group stage Anyone's Legend and Team WE. Very, very differing stories, very differing expectations coming into this game. One team, the bottom of the barrel, trying to figure out what is going to work in spring in the next split around. The other team looking to keep tabs and keep toes with BLG, one of the top teams in the LPL. They've only lost one game, and AL are not trying to change that anytime soon as we head into game one in the home arena of WE in Xi'an.
I'm unsure if on our end we're going to get game audio. I'm hoping that picture-in-picture means that live is hearing the gyos.
I see mouths moving.
I see mouths moving, and I'm getting confirmation from our producers that they are happening. So I hope they were good. is my response. AL looking to poke a prod, something you very often see when you've got a LeBlanc. Very easy to distort forward and get a ward down where you want it. And they do have that ward on with the red buff for the time being. So a little bit of information gained on where Monkey will potentially start or end up after a camp or two as Jack Jungle. Something we don't get to see super frequently this year. I want to say
lethal tempo too.
Last year. Yeah, lethal tempo as well. Very interesting. So no Conqueror.
Karis just wins the lane. Easy.
No problem. Karis is going to... Well, see, the problem is Karis now... There's no XP anymore from wards, man. They killed it, which was always a very sad change. But imagine, level 2 on the first wave.
No, he just wins for the mental victory.
Just the mental victory.
That was Shanks' his ward, you know?
Ah, I see. True.
Do you have any expectations with this jungle matchup here? I mean, we are getting the kind of same side stars from both of them. Do we see them kind of being okay with a first full clear? Do we see them trying to get active at that level 3 mark?
No, I think they're both pretty happy with a full clear here, especially Jax. Jax wants Taeyun.
Okay, he's gonna take a heavy trade there. You have to be very careful of the early damage of the Varus with the Arcane Comet.
Yeah, I love that from Kyle as well. Just drops the Ignite on the back end of the trade, just purely for the damage. They were not gonna find lethal there. But I think more so Monkey than Tarzan. Monkey on this Jax. Jax wants to hit Triforce pretty much ASAP. It's much like lane Jax. for the skirmishing pressure and power. But Tarzan, I mean, if he wanted to, he could come off of his clear, right? He could do these wolves and sprint directly down to bottom. And I mean, look at the wave and look at the lane state right now.
Yeah, this is
Taeyun
tough.
does get the recall off though, but it will suck. He's gonna miss a lot of this XP.
Yeah, I mean, all these situations are always so finicky. Trying to figure out when the best moment to push, like keep the XP in the conversation constantly. As it is a situation where you're always trying to figure out what the best approach to these lane swaps and things can be.
Always a difficult task, and I mean, Taeyun did pick this, Ezra will remind you, into the Varus. It was the champion of choice for the matchup. But so far, just lost out on that level 1 priority, despite even getting that ward cleared out as well in the lane. Simply meant that Hope and Kyle managed to push out, and that's what we're seeing result in the lead, as Monkey is looking for that bottom side skull, and he's going to get it. As Tarzan did decide to yield it. Now is that wave stacking on the bottom side, so Tarzan just elects to hand that one over and let the handshake happen.
That being said, we'll get the finality of the clear of both junglers at least, and looks like the call for them to just have a full clear and do nothing is going to be the one. So both scuttles do go down. We end up getting TPs back to lane by Cube. I'm sure followed sweetly. But next conversation becomes, do we actually see activity around the first objectives? Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds. Another full clear looking like on the docket for both junglers.
Yeah, top to bot. So junglers will definitely be around the bottom side when that dragon spawns. So bottom lane priority becomes a very big important thing, but also mid lane, right? First move when you've got LeBlanc Azir. And Shanks will be basing second, so this is going to be a situation where if they were going to go both to dragon, then Shanks might end up being second. However, Monkey, seeing this wave kind of soft pushing in, does decide to very temporarily veer off to the top side and keep his eyes on Flandre. He's going to go back to his clear now. Would put him behind. We'll see where Tarzan decides to go, and it seems like the answer will be continuing his full clear on the opposite side.
You know, Jamada?
Yeah.
I think it's really cool that Disney decided to get involved with LPL. I think it's really cool that we have like Tarzan 2 coming out here pretty soon. And they're live filming on the LPL regular season here.
Yeah. It's
Phil Collins is already cooking up another banger in the music room.
You know, it's a collab you're not expecting to get, but it's one that you're happy to see, you know. It's like, wow, all right, well, not why I have
now
my
that
bingo
we've made
card,
now that we've made all the viewers leave, let's talk about real LPL stuff now. We are going to see a little bit of movement, though, as Grubs are going to be coming up. Always a very big, important fight. A lot of movement around the map for it. Usually, Kara's in some trouble in mid lane. Does have that level 6, though, with the Shrima Shuffle at hand.
Yeah, chains just fly wide. Monkey here and waiting. Tarzan's checking in. Doesn't want to commit with the leap strike.
Ooh, little sidestep?
Well,
Okay, Monkey.
does now.
He's actually finding a lot of good trades there, but we're about to get even further of a kickoff of a fight. Equalizer just got used. Zenith Blade is going to go through. They try to get him. Tarzan goes with the flash. The Emperor's Divide goes wide. Oh, that feels so awful. As Kyle now on the wrong side of the fight, all by himself. Going to try to get the crash down over the wall there. Cube is on his way as well. WE front and center.
Kyle might even be allowed to recall here. Vampire's taking a sweet time about checking. No, Kyle's gonna have to execute, I think. Maybe he can just walk down. No. Kyle might do the long con. I think he's out.
On his metal horse, he rides into the sunset.
Wow. I mean, fair play, Kyle. W are gonna get all 3 grubs though. Tarzan, despite trying to get the rundown on Monkey after Monkey was the initial aggressor in that trade, gets chunked out a little bit too heavily and does allow for WE to get all 3 grubs there. So for those who very eagerly track the feats of strength in the early game, W will get 1 marker down on the objectives early on.
At least getting a little bit of something. Those feats of strength have been hotly contested in a lot of our series. But honestly, haven't been the make or break moments in any of them, to be exact, as we get a lot of trading from Hope on a Taeyun. And with the kind of poke build oriented for Hope, it's going to be trying to counteract some of what Taeyun can bring.
Yeah, gonna try it. Definitely gonna try it. I feel like the feats of strength, just whilst we're on that topic for a second, I still feel like they're a little bit bait, you know? I don't think that the boots are worth buying. You know, I just don't.
No?
No, not until...
I think some of them are worth buying.
I mean, like, Swifties are worth it, right? I think everyone agrees movement speed is really strong. I think in situations
I think the AD
where...
ones are worth it, or the Zerker's Greaves.
Like, to me, I think you only buy them... There's two circumstances pretty much where you buy them, right? It's before a fight when you don't have gold to put into any other stats, right? And even then, chances are, it's probably going to be more worth to put your gold into raw stats, 9 times out of 10. Or it's quite literally your full build. Those are the only two circumstances where it's fine. No hard engage here, but...
Ooh, Chains of Corruption. That's a little bit of a hard engage. A lot of damage from that % health damage. True Shot Barrage going to go on to 2 members, but Vampire is already down, and First Blood goes over to AL.
That was a lot of damage. That was through, at the very least, Aftershock. I don't know if Vampire also had his W up, but nonetheless, Varus very easily cutting through that health bar, and First Blood is secured by Hope, so that's going to get the ball rolling for him. He's up 500 gold. Already having a very good lane, so that will just make things even rougher for the side of WE's bottom side.
Do you think Hope went and got like his favorite food while he was on WE while he's here in Xi'an? Do you think that maybe is buffing him? I mean, that's a pretty strong start. 30 CS up almost.
Perhaps.
Let's see what his eating schedule was. Cube in a little bit of trouble now. Magnet Storm going to come in from Kyle, and Cube has to flash out. Does make it to safety, and also has some backup coming. Equalizer going to be used to thin the wave.
Yeah, thin out the wave. Awkward angle. Will still be able to secure the rest of that wave, however. So no bit. Okay, he got 1 out of 3 of those ranged creeps. Sorry,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
I got stun locked by him missing the first minion.
I can't see.
But yeah, WE don't necessarily need to respond with 2 minion members directly to the top lane, just the top side of the map. AL, a successful play nonetheless, getting the flash out of Cube, and maybe they can make a repeat play happen. Grubs is in 30 seconds, and they did get him to blow the equalizer, so it's not a bad trade. And when you look at the HUD, Kyle's ultimate, I mean, it's going to maybe be another extra 20 seconds post the Grubs themselves respawning, as Karis eating a little bit of chunk trade here. And this is always going to be the rough part about this matchup, right? Trying to side lane against LeBlanc as the Azir. LeBlanc's so slippery. Very, very hard to keep soldiers directly on top of it.
Yeah.
And just in general, a very
that
hard
brings up a
time
little
as
bit
it
of the
has dealing
difference
with
in
that
comp.
mobility. Yeah.
I mean, okay. A little sidestep from Taeyun there. We've gotten some pretty neat sidesteps from WE so far. But the duality of the side laning pressure Shanks can bring for AL with a lot of the team fight pressure that WE are bringing to the table.
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like, comically though, AL will not mind.
Oh, Hope almost... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Hope just flashed to his doom. They had no idea Monkey was behind him, and WE is on the board. TP's coming in. Shank's going to get one right back for AL. There's Karis, and he's getting the big Emperor's Divide, but the Magnet Storm right back. AL are fighting him back, and Taeyun slowly but surely going down. Shanks is on a roll. The superstar mid laner for anyone's legend will find a double kill.
Teleports up and makes all the difference there in that exchange. It starts pretty good for WE, honestly, right? I mean, they managed to find Hope because he flashes backwards on the engage and it's right into Monkey's weighing hands, but unfortunately for them, mid laner from AL able to get a bunch of damage, and they can't finish off Tarzan. More importantly,
that feels
healing ends
so
up
bad.
coming through, and it just feels horrible, but as they're the first ones to die, they are also kind of the first ones to make their way back to the
hope.
grubs.
I bet they're gonna slow-mo. Oh, I thought they were gonna give the slow-mo directed cam replay.
Honestly, knowing the obs, I'm surprised they didn't. But let's get a look at Tarzan here, because I felt like they all hop on top of him.
He just goes right back across.
Back over the wall.
Yeah.
Triumph
And he gets
as well.
so much healing.
Plus there's just a lot of layers of healing there, right? Between Triumph and the passive. So much comes through. Seems like whilst he was in that replay, AL were able to get 2 grubs. And are we fighting for the love of the game? I think we are.
I mean, Tarzan has Sundered Sky here. He gets so much healing. Monkey has used his Counter-Strike, so no longer going to have that. Piercing Arrow, and it's Flandre that gets the flash play. You might have taken away his tank Jace, but you can't take away his carry, as Flandre has come online, and so has AL.
Yep, so has AL. Really resounding skirmish win there. And I mean, this is kind of the point of the game where, you know, Xin Zhao, LeBlanc, Varus, so powerful. They won't hunt down Karras as he rotates over towards the mid lane. And WE are just not ready to fight. You know, their champions are not there yet. Triforce recently picked up. It was there for that fight, sure, but Karras isn't at an item. Taeyun isn't at an item. This is not where you really want to be when on the opposite end you're looking at that full item over on Shanks and just the general champion strength result. It's not necessarily a decision you want to commit to, but AL unfortunately forced to take up that fight.
I do like that WE are looking for things. Unfortunately, they have just found themselves at the bottom of the barrel yet again. Equalizer from the distance with the Counter-Strike play to get them away from that one. But it is nice to see that WE are being proactive. Even if there is a pretty hefty lead at 14 minutes for AL, they are not stopping looking for angles.
No, they are not. They are going to keep on looking, and I think they're going to have to, as the gold lead has grown out quite substantially. I mean, did mention and bring up very briefly earlier, you know, the difference in the team fighting composition against what is a lot closer to a kind of a side lane, or at the very least a small desire to play side lane, right? LeBlanc, not historically the best team fighter, though I kind of feel like some of the best clips we've ever seen out of players historically from LeBlancs have actually been in team fights. Their ability to navigate there.
Except for when AD LeBlanc became a thing and Xiaohu literally was 1v9ing entire games by his side lane LeBlanc.
You know, Mazel, I didn't have to remember that Shiv Triforce LeBlanc existed for like far too many patches. Well, thank you for bringing that nightmare back to my brain.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Unfortunately, we got Xiaohu last night trying to take out his LeBlanc and his Lucian. Both didn't work out for him. So maybe nostalgia needs to stay where it was. All right.
Yeah, maybe it does. Maybe it does. Not the best LeBlanc angle I've seen last night's series.
There's that Shojin's.
Yeah, there's the Shojin. I mean, I'm pretty sure that is probably now the meta build.
Yeah, for sure.
Teams are still going to want to play Jace. The AD ratio has got buffed. Whilst some of the other aspects that made tank chase a little bit more annoying were brought.
Can't hold him down, man. Flandre is going to be his own independent top laner.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Flandre knows. I mean, Alaman, the bringers of doom when it comes to weird top lane picks. Tarzan is going to find Monkey.
This is just like the movie. I had to bring it back one time at least. Come on now, Monkey. He's going to make his way out. Oh, the flash from Shanks. He wants to get the kill. One more auto would do it, but he doesn't want to go under turret. He gets chased, and the leap strike gets him to safety. Did burn the control ward there, but it's far worth it.
Yeah, that is a Triforce magical boots moment from Monkey. That movement speed, man, the base movement speed, enough to get him away from the LeBlanc. But the play still gets them that dragon, right? 2 dragons to the good of AL. It will be Chemtech Soul, though, so do with that information what you will. I will let you all form your opinions about Chemtech Soul and its strength. Though, it was buffed on this patch, right? It was one of the things that did get buffed, Chemtech Soul. A little bit stronger.
We've been getting so, like, literally last time, I'm pretty sure 3 out of the 5 dragons were souls were Chemtech. You know, I'm not saying it's the new Cloud Soul, but maybe it is.
Nothing will
Atlas,
be
where you at?
No. Listen, Atlas, I was throwing a lot of weight around for the Love the Cloud song that year as well. Atlas, if you're out there, I love you, brother. You're awesome.
Feats, I love him too. He's a great guy. Feats have been achieved by anyone's legend. And honestly, if we're looking back at expectations that we were setting before this series, I think things are going right as we expected them to here. As full control, full map dominance at least, as Rift Herald started up by anyone's legend on the other side. There has been the 4 grubs taken by WE, but since then it has been a torrential downpour of pandas for anyone's legend.
Yep. Feels pretty damn good. The Herald's going to be dropped immediately and run into the mid lane here. AO will guide that one, and they might even get
TP
very comfortably a second charge.
I'm going to try to get Cube here with the equalizer. Karis and Shanks going at it. Okay. Shanks in a lot of trouble up there against the attack speed that is the Azir. We're watching Hope go driving. He dodges out. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the turn radius to get the other side, and it ends.
He also didn't have the time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Timed out there at the end.
But hey, he got a free transport to the top lane. Is this public transport?
I have a joke, but I don't know if it's the right climate. Yeah, man. This is the public transport that the citizens of Summoner's Rift have been yearning for decades.
Dude, that makes me think. One day in the far future, the future Summoner's Rift, will there be public transport? We're gonna have like.
I mean,
guess we have
gates.
TP and Hex Gate. Yeah,
we've got the Hex gates, right? Like,
maybe I'm too late. Maybe things are moving too fast for me.
The free market has already done its thing, Mazel.
The developers of Summoner's Rift are just too good, man. I don't know what to say.
Dude, you want more public transport when we have Herald, Hex Gates, and Chemtech
and
Blast
teleport?
And teleport? Like,
man.
Come on.
LA Transit could never. Anyway.
No.
Hey, I don't get in trouble because I'm burning LA Transit. It's fine. I live in LA, so I get to talk about it.
I've heard it's a nightmare. And
it is pretty awful.
As a Londoner.
It also doesn't really exist.
Yeah, I was about to say, as a Londoner, that city sounds like my actual real-life purgatory, to be honest. Oh, all right. Hope still going to miss.
Got the Atacon spawned. Let's go. Yeah. It's me in the top side of the map here. WE heftily positioning around this one. They just want to maybe start it up. You do have the Nashor's Tooth completed with the double to Trinity forces for Team WE. This Monkey actually tried to find an engage on Tarzan. And these are kind of the back and forth that we were talking about, the reason why you grab the Jax into the Xin Zhao. You can see Tarzan's a little bit worried to take those one-on-ones. Yeah,
just a touch. It's power of the Jax in the extended trades. Again, it's the reason why you pick the champ, right? And, you know, you brought up the items. I do want to highlight, like you mentioned, Taeyun does have that Triforce. Has the components completed for the Muramana, just needs the completion itself. And Karis, once he gets that second item, we already saw how much damage he can put out, right? When he was getting a little bit of an opportunity to free hit Shanks in that 1v1. There is the opportunity that, despite the lead that AL have, there will be a brief moment of item parity, right? Where AL haven't completed their second items, but WE just about get over the line for theirs. And just for that one fight, the gold lead matters a lot less, right? It's item completions that really change how those champions work. The components, a lot of the time, tend not to. Vampire, yeah. He's playing with fire here.
He is. It takes half his health from that piercing arrow. You got the TP coming in now. Monkey is going ham. He's getting helped a little bit, but gets the kill too onto Hope and gets a little bit of revenge.
Yeah. Screw you, Hope. That's what Monkey puts
That's
in
for
chat.
WE.
That's for WE. Yeah. That's for betraying us.
We're just going to make this happen. This is the story now. There was some grand betrayal from WE. It definitely wasn't Hope just looking for another team. And now all this revenge, all this drama.
Look, right? You brought up the Disney movies, right? Monkey.
I did multiple times.
maybe this is like a Scar Mufasa thing, right? Like, except in this version, obviously Monkey's alive. He didn't die to a herd of buffalo.
Dude, how did he get him?
Well, he just
They're
he just has
wildebeest, by the way.
Oh, is it wildebeest? Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, get it right.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna. Well, I'm not show my age. I'm pretty sure that movie came out the same year I was born. I want to say. It might
nice.
Be a year or two before. So forgive me for not remembering.
Yeah, I said how dare you. I said how dare you. Atacon did get started up briefly by AL. Do not think they're sticking around to do that one. There are some pings going towards the dragon. This is on vision as they see Monkey coming over, but it looks like AL are okay to give this one. Would be the first dragon for WE as well.
Yeah, will be. So no snowball in the soul department for AL, and no Atacon was picked up either. So yeah, we kind of just go back to a bit of a open map state for the time being, and W will get to scale up just a touch more. Cube is not far away from Zonya, so this is what I was talking about just before we had that little skirmish breakout. Despite this 3.5k gold lead now, there's gonna be a small window where WE have 2 items, like completed items, just like AL do. Yes, AL will have the components, right? But the stats generally aren't like crazy big advantages this late into the game, you know? Yeah. So if they can get those completions through, they might feel a little bit confident to step forward and actually try and find a team fight.
Yeah.
I do wonder what they look like, though. We've seen a lot of diving from Monkey. Between Azir and Ezreal, you kind of want a bit of a front to back. We'll see if the parts all come together and they get a fight that looks like a front to back.
And I really want to see Karis on 2-3 items on the Azir. I mean, we all know that Azir can do massive things in team fights once he gets those item thresholds. See if they can buy enough time to get to that point. There's a pretty hefty lead between the solo lanes there in that mid lane matchup. But some of the team fighting aspects that we talked about so long ago for Team WE are helping bolster them in this part of the game. Still waiting for AL to be a little bit more proactive with the lead that they have, or just wait for Vampire to walk into a warded portion of the bush and take some damage from Shanks and Tarzan. This might be a little bit of a bait, though, as they are hovering over towards Atacon.
Good amount of discipline there, not to fully commit onto Vampire. Just understanding that there is always the potential that WE could rotate a little bit faster than they're expecting, right? So good to not overcommit as Baron Nashor. Big purple worm.
25 minutes.
25 minutes. It's still
so
some time
weird
to get, yeah, you know.
Also, because nobody does Atacon, so like
sometimes
a lot of times you just have like both big objectives right next to each other. Like right now, you win one fight, you get 2 massive objectives. Is that how that works?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes like we see teams kind of prioritize one or the other when they're both up on the same side of the map, right?
I'm just worried to start the fight because I feel like a lot of teams get so clustered in those fights and it becomes very difficult to deal with like a invasion into your setup.
Yeah, I mean that's still a thing that teams are getting used to, and I'm not sure how long it's gonna take for teams to get used to. Hold on a second.
Okay, Tarzan's in a lot of trouble. Goes with the Crescent Guard, blocking a ton of damage as the TPs come in. Cleanse is used by Hope. He also has burned his flash. Cube is pretty massive as a frontliner, and Shank's not really finding the damage, but guess who is? It's the double poke, big equalizer into the choke point by Cube. But Hope and Flandre actually doing massive damage from afar.
That's a lot of resources burned. Both sides, right? Both teleports from the top laners now used. AL feel like they are in a better position to start this one up, and I definitely agree with the Monkey. Definitely have the jump down. Cube is gone!
Shanks has just eliminated Cube. Man down. As anyone's legend with 5 members looking to get out, their health bars not helping them out too much. Kyle gonna flash into the Atacon, but still making it out alive. Taeun, he flashes forward, tries to get the Mystic Shot, can't do it.
Nope, can't quite do that one. Unlucky Taeun. That's top.
Oh my God, we're flashing every TPs have come back. AL, they're using the tempo. They're using their gameplay here. Tarzan tries to get another win, becomes lightning, doesn't find it. More resets for AL. True shot barrage, but the shield from Kyle is enough to block that damage.
Yeah, I think the windows closed Mazel. WE had to find a good skirmish then and there. Shanks has completed his third item. He has a Void Staff on top of the Shadow Flame, on top of the Ludens. And we saw what he just did to Cube. Granted, of course, Cube, no magic resist, yada yada yada. But he just kind of deleted him, you know? Like...
Semantics.
Yeah. Well and truly. Is he still in the bush? Shanks is there. How much damage does he do to Karis?
I mean, he's on 3 items. I think he's like calculating. He's doing the math, running the numbers. Mason, what do they mean? He doesn't know yet because he didn't go in.
Yeah. Let's look at this replay. I want to talk about Black Ops after the replay because you just reminded me. Yeah, Tarzan.
Dude,
Shanks
he just gets obliterated.
Yeah. That's not even. He just dies. Just so much damage. That's before the base. And then
of course.
You know what? I can respect the prediction. I can respect the prediction.
All right, we look back into live.
Dragon's up.
Yeah, no more Black Ops. Monkey had started up the dragon. The dragon is almost reset. Look at this poke between Shanks, Hope, and Flandre. It's insane. The Magnet Storm, the Chains of Corruption, the Equalizer is down, but it's not doing anything. It's not equalizing. It's not setting them up. It's knocking them down as AL step forward with that Crescent Guard from Tarzan. Shanks still looking for the poke as best as possible, but WE still alive, still kicking. Both supports down.
Pretty sure I just watched Shanks W forward and Q Karis for about 450 HP. Just a Q. No other spell. Quite absurd. The dragon's being taken now.
Let's go,
by
WE.
Flandre. WE are throwing a gauntlet down, Mazel.
You
have
to do something.
Yeah, no, I agree. They might just
burn
about
it.
get it. It's a 50-50.
Tarzan's in the pit. It bursts divide, keeps them away. Now you have the GA reset. Do they lose them here, though? Looks like AL going to be willing to back away from this one. WE pull the cover over their eyes. But now AL going to force the Baron fight, too. This is bold.
Huh. I agree. I mean, Karis is dead. Karis is a lot of WE's damage. Think this is a bait to try and burn?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yep, the turn coming through. Equalizer's
Equalizer.
there. If AL die, they're real deaths. They're hoping to get the Atacon GAs as Flandre picking up a little bit of gold here, but he's going to die a real death. 700 gold going over to Monkey. They still have their wherewithal to move forward.
Yeah, great equalizer in, you know, technically open space, right, in that river. A little bit more choked because the terrain, of course. This specific Baron. Another teleport coming out from Karis. A Monkey has been found out.
Oh, man. That's a little bit unfortunate. Does get sent packing back to the base. Okay. Monkey's going to be running straight back. True shot. It gets Kyle. Now, AL do not have their main engage. The Baron has already been started up. AL know that. Maybe WE want to pull a fight.
Monkey's on the way back. Monkey's on the way back. If they can kind of just hang this around at 5-ish K, wait for Monkey and then look to burst down,
losing
but
his health bar. Shanks looking for the combo. Vampire's gone. Blink and you miss it. Now Cube in some trouble. Hope needs to get some damage down, but Tarzan is gone. Taeyun pumping some damage right back. The poke not going to be enough. TP being initiated by Flandre. Oh, the chain! Dude, Shanks is on a masterclass of LeBlanc right now, and Flandre trying to get his name into the docket as Karis in trouble gets taken out too by Shanks, and he's just taking names and crossing them off his list like a hitman.
I think Tiger King might have to take some notes from a Youngblood. 9-0 right now. Shanks is
That's
on a
actually what.
Shanks is on a mission right now. Look, Xiaohu's LeBlanc is good normally, but yesterday, I mean, when was the last time that we even saw Xiaohu on LeBlanc? Prior to yesterday.
Probably back when it was AD.
Like probably back when it was AD, right? Like clearly Xiaohu is a little bit rusty on the AP variant.
This
as
is
hello.
not good.
Nope,
For
Kyle's
AL
dead.
at least. Yeah, he'll give his life.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not bad. But what is bad is WE have Baron. So once Kyle goes down, and he will eventually go down, this is a free push, and it seems like they're just going to elect to use the bottom lane here. Taeyun's got the mid lane wave. They don't have TP, so they have to really pick their lane assignments well here, WE. But the waves are synced up enough that this is going to be quite awkward for AL to defend. They're probably going to have to pick a lane. Seems like they're gonna try and crowd around mid, but there's 3 against 1/2. So that's mid tier 2 down, and the wave just out saying that they can go to the side lane, but Shanks.
Oh, he missed one chain. That
Ooh.
might have been the difference maker there. As his Banshees will come clutch, giving away some of that damage from Karis. But Shanks is on one right now. I think he's 9-0. As Taeyun, he still has flash, but being engaged on now as Tarzan tries to look for him. Monkey does get away from the piercing arrow of hope, and AL will defend their mid lane.
Still a pretty decent play here for WE. Break the mid tier 2. They would love to get a side lane tier 2 down. Not going to find it this time out. And Mazel, we were talking about expectations. First versus second. Second. W wish. Fourth. And right now, maybe AL are a little bit asleep at the wheel. Maybe there's things going on, but WE are giving them a fight, right? No matter
There's
no matter
4
what narrative.
people asleep in the car, and there's 1 person that's wide awake driving.
You know, like
Shanks is the responsible one here.
yeah, there is no child asking, "Are we there yet?" It's just Shanks driving to destination. As Karis would have his base interrupted. Hope, however.
Oh, Hope's in trouble. He doesn't have flash. He will end up having to burn that Chains of Corruption there to stop Monkey. Meanwhile, on the side, Vampire took a little bit of an overzealous engage, but has the rest of his team right behind him. Here's some pings to move back over here by WE. But like you were saying, I mean, before the memes aside, it is impressive to see WE fight back into this one. They were consistently down like 4,000 gold in the early game, early on, too. And the fact that AL has maybe fallen asleep at that wheel a little bit feels good for WE. Maybe the monkey change, the kind of playing towards this guy a little bit more is looking better for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. Monkey's aggression has certainly made an impact on how AL have been able to play this game time and time again. Has found his way on Hope. And it's just his willingness to
Chains of Corruption.
do stuff like this, but this might be a bit too much.
He's got 3 stacks of the Blight on him. Oh, it's not just enough. He doesn't have Piercing Arrow just yet. Monkey makes it out alive, and that's been multiple escapes now with not a lot of help that Monkey has been able to pull off.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, I will say, AL, as we dive deeper into this game, the item completions continue to come through, and their champions get more and more relevant. Ezreal has that Bloodthirster going towards a Shojin, I want to say. And then Zhonya's also completed for Karis, so maybe some shuffle plays on the cards. And Cube has a death cap. So WE, they can dish out some serious damage here onto what is effectively a tankless AL, right? You have Kyle, sure. But otherwise, Flandre's gone this kind of mixture of the tank / bruiser build.
He does have a lot of health. He's almost on like 5,000 now.
5k almost.
Just still wild. Again, can't take away the tank from Flandre. He'll find a way.
He will find a way. Shanks,
oh, Shanks? Monkey wants that fight 10 times out of 10 there. Not going to be able to find it. The Sun Disc does go down. Kyle goes in with the engage. The Magnet Storm has already been popped. Tarzan gets pushed away. Chains of Corruption connects. Piercing Arrow going to get goldened out of by Karis. But now he's left himself out for Bear. Crescent Guard goes through. Tarzan is starting to lead from the front. And there's that commanding charge. Kyle comes up with the kill. And that is 10-0 for Shanks in this game. Dragon coming up, and that's Soul for AL.
Yeah, Karis there, he's afraid of the Blight stack damage, right? It's so deep into the game now. You get hit by that 3-stack Blight Varus. If he's got the W proc as well, it's going to do so much damage, but in going golden, he effectively signs his own death warrant guaranteed as Cube.
Okay.
Good for timed flash.
Yeah, at least. They do lose the turret because of that, and the dragon as well. Chemtech Dragon going to be very nice for this comp. Maybe Taeyun looks for the ulti. We're getting the highlight. Okay, last night we had some crazy objective steals. Not going to get that tonight.
I hope Shun found the smite key.
I hope so too, man. It was in the bottom of the barrel he was digging into. He just couldn't
I mean, like,
find
look,
it.
I was fine. I was fine with the Jinx rocket steal. Those happen
I was
all the
totally
time,
fine
but
with that. The
like,
winds of
the
war,
Galio
though, man.
Q, like,
the winds of war. No way, bro. No way. It's crazy. And we're going to take a look back at this little initiation of a fight. Kyle was on vision going into that bush, but he just goes for the all-in here.
Yeah. Can't say I'm sold. Carrot. Huh. Alright. Well, yeah. Like we said, Sonya's is the blight stacks. Issue is, he puts himself in place to then be locked up by other members, right? After already having blown. It's just not good. It's not
double-edged sword of Zanya's.
Yep. It's like buying. It's completely random, but it's like buying Zonya's against Caitlyn. You know.
You're just waiting to get trapped.
Go to stasis. You're waiting to get trapped. It's just like, well, why did I buy this item in the first place?
So we're positioning around mid now, at least. Yep. Dragon Soul secured for AL. WE looking a little bit lost in what direction they want to take here. Multiple spell shields going to be popped off the AL members. WE just trying to use some of this team style composition that they have to bolster themselves.
Time being, just grouping around this mid lane. Cube does have TP, but you can tell not even really willing to veer off to a side lane. Look for a bit of pressure elsewhere. Monkey, however, looking for plenty of pressure. He's on the side here. Last cone.
Oh
wow.
Monkey just says, I'm done waiting. I want to go in and fight, and he is. Kyle is getting a little bit low because of it. Big equalizer. They get the engage from Vampire. Vampire's on the back line. Monkey's already gone, though. Hope has taken him down. AL are waiting to shut the trap jaws on WE. They've got them surrounded. They smell blood in the water, and now they're going to mid lane.
Just feels like Monkey got blown up there, and I'm not even really sure who dealt that much damage, because mind you, he's got his ult procced. He's got a Kainic Rooken and Merc Treads, so I guess that damage had to have come from Hope, Tarzan, and Flandre. Either way, Shanks is waiting in the wings here. He wants Cube. He's got Kyle in support, and I think Cube with no flash.
Oh my God. What? Yeah, that was disgusting. I think I threw up in my mouth a little bit. Did you, like, even in the Zanyas, the chunk of health came off, and that was despicable.
Someone clip it and get that screenshot.
Well, so we had this conversation of expectations, and I feel like we're back to the beginning, square one here.
Yeah, I think so. Poor Monkey. Poor Monkey.
Dude,
just trying to make something happen.
Blown up, man.
Equalizer was good too. It was maybe the second or third good equalizer we've seen out of Cube this game. 40 minutes doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like it, weirdly. But AL are taking their time, and they did get that pushback from WE. Lost that Baron. Has made things a little bit tumultuous, more so than they'd probably like.
Shanks finally bought the Magi.
Yeah, that he did. Finally invested.
See how many more kills he gets, but I mean, this is a record performance, it feels like, for Shanks to open up this best of 5. A series where we talked about him so much as, you know, kind of one of the new constant faces for AL, but also an old face for WE, coming up through their system and now turning that weaponized strength right back towards them. We'll see them move down in this mid lane and bot lane. And Shanks is hovering over Karis there. Flandre moving in to try to get the turret. He's very tanky there, taking up so much. Taeyun going to have to use that cleanse. Tries to get out with that arcane shift. They've already lost their turret, though. Inhib laid open as Equalizer comes over onto the wave to try to clear that one a little bit more. Taeyun taking massive poke damage, and Shanks looking to come finish it, but Tarzan goes in. He's got GA, so he can play extremely liberally here, as Monkey was looking for the counter angle here.
Looking for it. Couldn't quite find it. Taeyun now summon the spellless. He's going to feel a little bit bad, but Hope having blown his. It's not the worst in the world. You know, you can find the angle now, Vampire. You've been getting caught out a fair bit. Aragon's favorite player, of course. Not sure why. Not sure.
He renounced him, though, I think on Twitter. I'm pretty sure he renounced him.
Look, you can renounce him all you want. We saw all of the posts.
You pick a player like that, you go so ham, you have to stick with them, even if you say you don't.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like picking a big.
You think
player,
I dropped
big
Shun
name
just
player.
because of one of the worst juggle performances last? No, bro. Self-burn. Let's go. Anyways, getting set up here around this Elder Dragon in about 25 seconds. The fact that we've even gotten to an Elder Dragon is pretty impressive for WE's sake of things. But now, with the gold lead bearing on 8,000, AL just need to put a couple nails in the coffin here. Maybe the first one built up for Taeyun.
Maybe. Maybe not. Shanks has found the chain onto Vampire.
Maybe it's Vampire.
It's good chunk.
Somebody's got a coffin. It's waiting for him, all right? I don't know who it is. Somebody.
I mean, it's just good pressure. The vision toggle really lets you know the hole that WE are in right now in terms of pressure. One singular face check can end this game at this point in time. Monkey, that was an audacious leap
I think
strike.
that's bold. Yeah.
Thankfully for him, there was no audacious charge. Hopes.
Oh, Monkey. Oh, he gets caught in the Magnet Storm. We'll end up having to get his way out of that one with the flash. Equalizer also burned. So no more big choke point plays right now for WE. And they see that the Elder Dragon has been started. But Shanks and Kyle, they stopped the back here of Monkey. So there could not be a contest if he wants to back. It looks like he's going to go a weird little angle here.
He's making
Can't
his way
tell if he
slowly
wants
but
to
surely.
back or what.
He can maybe do chickens. I think he wants chickens. He's going to smite as well.
He's on vision.
Really, really quick. Needs the health. But, I mean, now he's away from the rest of his team and Shanks is fishing. So
yeah, they know he's around somewhere. The Elder getting low. Monkey has to make a move. Shanks just going to blow him out of the water here. It's like Battleship, but all you can see is the entire enemy side of things. The chain will be the chain wrapped around WE's neck in this game number 1 as the Elder Dragon soars at the backs of anyone's legend. WE have nothing but fear and cowardice in their hearts as they try to run, but the fire is too damn hot. Taeyun's going down. One more Emperor stand, but the Emperor will be dethroned, and anyone's legend will look to take game 1.
Wasn't quite how we expected it to go, but I think the destination, all the same. Shanks drags the rest of AL kicking and screening to a game 1 victory. 12-05.
12-0.
12-05.
What a monster.
Not a bad shift for the opening game of the night. And WE going to be left thinking what they could have done better that game, right? Bringing it to a 45-minute game
sure.
against AL. There's a lot of room for review there. And I wonder just where their heads will be at moving into a game 2.
Yeah.
Because AL, this wasn't the best looking AL we've seen all so far, but like, you know, definitely a little bit overconfident, I would argue and say. Right, I think that's a very fair assessment of their performance in that game 1, and it opened up the window for WE to creep in a couple of times in that game and really make things awkward, right, and keep us guessing if WE could close out.
I think they just kind of took their foot off the gas in a couple situations in that game and maybe made it a little bit more difficult for them. Still having a lot of control anytime they did put their foot on the gas, but it was nice to see some signs of life from Monkey and from Team WE. But this was kind of that bar we wanted to see from AL. How dominant can you be in your last series and your tying up of the group itself? And I'll say, like I said in the game, maybe 4 people asleep and 1 person driving. That person driving is pretty damn good at it. As Shanks, the legend of WE, the guy that came up through their system for over 3.5 years, just destroys them on LeBlanc in game number 1, going 12-0. I mean, he has to earn MVP. He has to earn a lot of respect from this game, even if it is against WE. These are kinds of performance that we've been seeing from Shanks in a lot of their best ofs.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say. You guys saw what we saw, right? Like, that was a bloody good game.
He was snapping his finger and people were dying.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was just, he just started, it was the triple kill at that grub fight, right? Where Well, I think it like got called out as a double in the announcer specifically, but he got one kill and then like 2 after.
Yeah,
The fact that
it was the
slung shot
long.
It was like the single
distance.
double, yeah. Because he got those kills early on, and it put him at that Luden so early. It felt like he utilized that pressure so well from that point on. And again, WE, we spoke about how their side laning was never really going to be able to match Jace and LeBlanc, right? That was going to always be an issue. We said, well, hey, maybe the team fights will work out. And I mean, they kind of were a little bit-ish, right? But
True.
again, the individual pieces of W was still, or rather for AL, was still too strong. And no matter how much aggression Monkey was willing to put down on the table, no matter what weird angles Vampire and him together were able to find, they weren't really able to get all of the pieces together how they wanted them. And AL, again, the response is strong enough.
I was really proud at how reserved Tarzan was playing as well. Like, knowing that in a lot of the situations, Monkey had the better of him if he just went into a straight-up fight. But there was a lot of weird angles that Tarzan was taking, and just knowing when to jump forward with that audacious charge at the right moments, right? Like, especially that mid lane play where they were able to get them caught on the back end of that fight. I think there's a lot of things where you're able to tee up the combination of Tarzan and Shanks, which I'm just going to be outright real. I thought out of all the partners that Tarzan has been with, all the legendary names that Tarzan has been paired with over these last few years, I don't think I would have ever said that Shanks is the one that makes him unlocked, but my God, it's looking damn good between these two guys.
Bold call, Mazel. Bold call, and I'm going to hold you
out
to
of
that.
Everybody? Are you kidding me? Out of Doinby, out of, like, there's just no way. Xiaohu, like, you think any of these Scout, like...
Hey, look, you said it, not me, okay? All right. I've seen some incredible heights from Tarzan. If some mid-lane... Hey, if that's the hill you wanna stand on, you go ahead and do that, brother. I'll let you do it. As
plant my flag.
Game 1 highlights. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a Shanks highlight reel. Actually, I have a sneaking suspicion. But look, I think a lot of happy things to talk about for W despite the result, and you know, the journey probably feels quite sad, having given the fact that they actually had a fair amount of agency in this game to change things for the better. But I think those are also the games when you're a struggling team where it's like, we can see that things have improved. Now we know that we can improve. It's just, can we do it in the space of this series to at the very least make it awkward for AL, knowing the likelihood is bottom 2 is certainly looming for this WE lineup.
Cleaning this series up is actually pretty important for AL. Nobody knows about the next stage in the playoffs, first seed has access to the double Elin, where they will be starting in the upper bracket, where the second seed of each group will be in the lower bracket with no double elimination. So there's a lot riding on this to try to clean up this group, especially in a 3-0 fashion, at least in their series wins. But that's where I want to turn the table over to WE. I mean, it has to be talked about. Monkey looked pretty damn good in some of those moments. I don't think he was getting as much synergy with the team that maybe AL was with theirs, but I would like to see a little bit more flexibility given to him, because I think if he's given the resources, we can maybe see a bit of a difference in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that he was willing to go a direct jungle counter pick, right? It's not something that always gets a lot of value, but I feel like we could see the potential of it in this game, right? Especially in the earlier stages, which is again where when you pick Jax, it's all about kind of the one-item spike, and it's about the early game where Xin usually thrives, being able to kind of just entirely negate the 3 Talon strike, the 3 auto knock-up is very, very valuable. So I wonder if that's going to be the case. We spoke a lot about how R5 for AL generally is game-breaking picks. Maybe for WE, you know, jungle counter pick is their R5 for this series, right? No matter whether or not it's actually R5 directly, we have to wait and see. But maybe that's the strat, right? Tarzan picks a champion. Yeah. We just pick the counter, the jungle counter, and we just try and play off that.
Do we feel like Kyle made up for his 1v1 performance? Do we feel like we made up for the Alistar? How we feel about that one?
Next question, man. Next question.
I think he did good. I think he did good.
I don't think he did well enough, but I think they probably wanted red side anyway. If I had to wager a guess, I'm not throwing.
You're telling me he went in there with Alistar expecting to lose? No way. Don't you? Is that why they put? No, don't tell me that's true. Your face tells it all. No, I think it's interesting when you think about who can take the MVP for this one, because if you just look at the stats, I think the conversation is pretty plain and simple in Shanks with 12-0-5. I think there's a lot of things that enabled him, but you have to give it to the man that shows up.
I agree. I'm surprised that it's only 30% of the team's damage, to be honest. I would have thought it was higher.
Kill Stealer? Kill Stealer?
Kill Stealer? 20.
What a game.
Well earned MVP.
Well, yeah, I think it's very much earned. In a series against his old team, you know you love to see that anyways. But hey, it's a bit of an expected game number 1 if we're looking at things from a first seed versus 4th place in the group perspective. What a game. We'll see if WE can bounce back after that. Before we send it to a break, got to give a huge shout out to our coffee and YouTube VIPs who help level up the show on a daily basis. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of our support pays on-air talent and content creators. You can subscribe to support us. This is an entirely fan-made project. We're all here devoting our time to try to bring you consistent storylines in the LPL that this league absolutely deserves. So please go subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat. You can unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions, and to see your name on screen once a week. We already have done multiple interviews. We had Feather, we have Rookie, we have, of course, Do and Be coming out very soon. So if you want early access to that one, make sure you go get into that. Thank you all for our support, and at least your support so far. It's very much appreciated. And now you just have to wait a little bit longer until we get to game number 2. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to the wonderful world of the LPL first split of 2025. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by the ever lovely Jamada, and that was a game of all time in game number 1 between Team WE and Anyone's Legend, as it was pretty one-sided for about half of it. Then it got a little bit sticky, and then they got like an 8,000 gold lead and won the game. So AL maybe giving us a little bit of every world.
Well put, Mazel. I agree.
Thank you for your support. I'll be here all night.
I am trying to really rack my brain on how exactly, because look, not to be a broken record, we're all here expecting an AL win.
True.
Let's just level.
True.
So this becomes a
Agreed.
fun game of where can WE attack AL and maybe find a little bit of reprieve. Monkey looked pretty good, might be a strong word, but he looked aggressive, and it gave WE opportunities to potentially snowball fights. So I want to see a little bit more of that from Monkey, right? Spoke about that jungle counter pick and how much value you can sometimes find in it. I want that to continue to be the trend, and I'm going to need some laners that supplement that, right, in terms of draft.
Yeah.
And
We'll
that's
see
where I'm
as
looking
we
towards
get
for
into it.
WE.
Yeah, we're getting to draft number 2. WE going to be back on that blue side, ever coveted by the losers of the previous game. And they'll be banning away the Akali, Kalista, and that Nocturne this time around. It is going to be the Skarner, Cassante, Corki as well. So Corki switching the ban hands, meaning that Vi has been let through, and the first pick comes through for WE. Insta Aurora.
I don't know if I'm a fan, but like, yeah.
Oh, and the denial from Monkey as well in the future.
Exactly right. Now this has to be something like a Vi Ari, a Vi Talia, and you just make this pairing go, right? If you're gonna be first picking Vi, that's always what you want out of it. Aurora plus the Wukong, like you say, not only is it a denial in the future, but it's just a very strong pairing. Whilst the Aurora can also technically flex towards the top side of Flandre, right? I'm sure he'll make that a tank somehow or another. In his own little world. Now for WE, do they want that AD prior or do they want a top laner here? When you're looking at the Aurora on the opposite side, I feel like you'd probably want to just take prio AD, take the handshake, let AL probably put down a little bit more in terms of cards shown. Support is also an option if they want, but the Ashe actually is up and available. Whilst it might struggle, yeah, I think it needs to be picked. Whilst it might struggle to survive the potential dive of the Aurora plus Wukong and maybe an additional friend like a Rakan, the Ashe is gonna very substantially help out the pick composition that WE are starting to form together as the Ambessa is put down here. So very strong solo laners already for WE.
The draft right now from AL is just looking so strong. I mean, there's the thing about WE is they also have a pretty strong draft, a lot of utility, a lot of lockdown for them, but there's wiggle room for errors, especially with the Talia, especially with the Ashe. And I'm just seeing a lot of just outright strength from the trio that AL have locked in their first phase. We're already neck deep into the second phase. We get the Renekton, we get the Renata ban by AL, we get the Ziggs ban by WE on that blue side.
It's a good call out to Hope, right? And the composition right now from AL is definitely a little bit more stacked than AD. It's 2-1 at the end of the day, but Aurora's damage is kind of strange, I suppose, in terms of it's not quite high enough unless it's snowballed that you would probably feel happy having a Ziggs in that slot. So I like that call out. You saw quite a few hovers here. If Hope wants the Jhin, it supplements the rest of the composition fantastically. If he goes the Xayah, he's going to be able to peel himself away from the Vi combination. So it's kind of just what he and AL prefer. I do prefer this Jhin just as a means of, again, supplementing the dive and backline threat of having the Wukong Aurora down already.
And we're saving counterpick for Kael in this situation. And there's a couple ways you can go. I typically, as a Jhin player, obviously not to this caliber, I typically don't like the Jhin into the Ashe as much because Ashe can be pretty oppressive in the lane, but if you supplement Jhin with a stronger laner, you can actually find a lot of strength in that 2v2. So I want to see which option they're going to go for, AL, and they actually have their responses in front of them from WE at least. The Maokai is locked in, and we'll see what that support is actually going to be, as it might just be that Maokai top.
Yeah, I suspect it will be Maokai top. We've been seeing more and more over the last couple of weeks and patches, players willing to play that Maokai top, and it makes me happy. I've been calling for it forever, as it will be the blind Braum. Obviously, very good pairing with the Ashe double frost combo. It's very potent. Kyle's hovering over that bard. He's played it already into some blind Braum before, and honestly, it's not bad. Not a bad duo between him and Jhin as well.
Yeah.
So
the
I like
Zyra
it,
also works, but that's definitely not going to be the case. And,
it would be the case.
The Bard unlocks them a little bit in terms of setting up the Tempered Fates, but as well in the laning phase can kind of stop that forward aggression that WE's 2v2 is going to be looking for.
There's so many applications to how Bard can be utilized here, right? Preventing the Vi Talia combo, picking out and just drawing flashes off of Talia Ashe, right? Just throwing out that ultimate.
Yeah.
Towards them, forcing them to have to flash. Such a powerful skill when you're then having to deal with Wukong, Aurora, Jhin setup. So I love the Bard here. AL allowing Kyle to have a lot of freedom in that R5, and now WE have a lot to think about in the mid game, but the early game is where I think they're going to really make a lot of their moves between the Braum and Ashe, and then of course the Vi. Talia, level 6 is going to be super important those first couple of levels. Maybe we end up seeing a split map. Maybe we end up seeing also a lane swap, right? You've got the Maokai there for it as well. So a lot of ways to try and get themselves to this mid game unscathed.
AL have typically been pretty stalwart in how much power they give to their counter pick, and we'll see if Kyle can maybe make do on this Bard. But WE struggling to find any footing in this series, struggling to find any footing in the LPL so far in this new year. Haven't found a game win thus yet, and AL are not looking to change that anytime soon. It is the top of the table versus the bottom of the table, and in Group A, there's a massive difference in that category. Can we see WE make AL bleed, or will AL continue that rise to dominance to try to match the dominance that BLG has already shown in their group?
There's a world they can make this work very, very easily. I think this composition is a very low floor of execution. It's Maokai Vi for engage, picks with Ashe, Talia follow up, Braum to deal with some of the melee engage. Mazel, if there's a game for WE to win, I think it's this one. This is maybe the closest to okay.
You say that as Monkey almost gets away. I will say, Hope just started W on Jhin. That is literally one of the worst feelings you could ever have as Jhin in the laning phase. So maybe that 2v2 not going to go too well for him. But you hear Xian is turning alive for both these two teams as we're in WE's home arena, and they still got a little bit of fight left in them.
You talk about Hope's W start. I want to talk about Monkey's Q start on the Vi. That's going to slow down his early clear substantially, right? It's your skill order is normally W, then E, then Q. So Monkey might be a lot slower than you would typically see a Vi in these early stages. Power through the jungle. We will track just how much slower he is against Tarzan here, as no lane swap shenanigans. It will just be default lanes. Maybe we've just had a gentleman's agreement.
Might be the only one.
Yeah,
this is like the first series in recent memory that can even be the case. Deadly Flourish just go through. Concussive Blows is going to be there. The early heal from Vampire. Try to get the distance. Kyle going to heal right back. Try to get some damage back down onto Vampire. Hope about to have his fourth shot up, so being able to pop a little bit more back into them. But WE will win the fight for level 2 here.
Yeah, they certainly will. Ashe Braum for you, and Vampire just very, very fearlessly walks up.
No, they don't.
I guess not. Yeah, the wave was actually stacked up a lot more than
Dane just like was letting the wave sit there. Yeah.
Yeah. So they will hit level 2 now. And whilst that trade did look pretty good, the other thing you have to remember, though, the sustain is very I'm not going to say limited. I'm not sure really what label to put on it. Of course, Kyle can put down those shrines.
Mm-hmm.
And keep himself and Hope topped off. So Vampire and Taeyun, when they look for those kind of trades, they do have to be a little bit mindful of that as the lane progresses. As up here, I expect this will be a very big wet noodle fight for a little while, despite Ambessa dealing a lot of damage. I don't think until we see Ambessa hit that first item, right, there'll be much pressure on Cube, or maybe directly at level 6, right? There's a little bit of a threat onto Cube. Otherwise, I think that's going to be a lane where Cube should be pretty comfortable doing a lot to negate that damage and potential win all in.
We are going to get the finishing of both jungle clears. Mirrored side starts this time around. Not going to be the same side starts, but potentially still going to be the same outcome anyways in just a kind of clear and reset situation. Now, this is a big matchup in this setup. That Monkey is really the guy we're looking at as the new transplant into WE. Tarzan playing with him a little bit in that first game. Can Monkey find an advantage for himself and get this facilitation online for WE, as Cube, not having any mana, almost gets a gank there from Tarzan.
Yeah, Tarzan thought about it, but decides to go back to the Skull Crab. Monkey cleared our ward in the Tri-Bush. Brush, rather.
Bush brush, you know.
Bush brush.
Almost
accent,
the same thing.
All the rest of it. Almost the same thing. You are right.
Is that how you just get out of everything and just say it's your accent?
It's what I do in America, yeah. Whenever I'm over there.
Fair enough.
You can get away with a lot. You know, just throw on the Cockney accent. Texans go crazy for it, man.
You're not wrong, though. That's the problem.
I am not wrong. Yeah, I mean, you are also Texan, so you know. Like, it's part of the...
Like a moth drawn to flame, you know?
That's exactly what it is. Anyways, nothing to report back to so far. Though Cube has just returned back to lane, so being half HP here feels a little bit bad. Does have
this is not an answer. Oh, the magical journey. Going to be a magical engage for AL, as they are going to get the flash out of Taeyun. That'll be revisited soon. What I want to talk about was the Maokai pick into the Ambessa. How we liking that kind of combo, the utility that Maokai brings. It was definitely an answer into it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been advocating for Maokai top for a little while in my own little bubble. Mostly just because it's... the Maokai's base damages are high enough, and the sustain is just about high enough that when you start to factor in, you know, the lane runes and all that kind of stuff, he does fine into so many matchups, and bigger lane bullies than Ambessa, mind you. So seeing it come into this lane as an answer to Ambessa, not super surprised, and Cube gonna have a lot of value later on in the game as well, because much like jungle, that ultimate is still very, very valuable in finding picks, right? So can lane strong, can find good engages. It's kind of everything you want out of a top laner most times, as WE they're eyeing up this these grubs, and they do have numbers here immediately. AL at the very least are going to miss out on the first two, just judging by where everyone is.
Do we? I mean, what do we think about the setup here? I mean, you might look to get a couple plates down on this bot side, but the response is going to be there. AL playing this one very lackadaisically.
Yeah, I mean, the cost for WE here is they lost 1 melee minion. Like on the bot lane, it's about as clean as it can get, I feel. Monkey lets that third one go over to Tarzan, so it's 2-for-1 grub trade. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Not too bad. Not too shabby. We are going to have level 6s available now, so maybe a little bit more proactivity from both sides. Obviously waiting on Monkey and Tarzan to get there, but solo lanes will have it. We'll see this bot lane, the Winter's Bite barely missing there from Vampire, but both junglers pathing down towards this bot side, both mid laners hovering down this bot side. I think we see where teams want to face next. It is this dragon setup.
Yeah, key discrepancy right now is that Monkey is just shy of level 6. I'm wondering whether or not those last little crocs are going to give it to him. They are, but the play's already being made.
Splits the middle. You got Tarzan on level 6 now. The Cyclone, not enough. Cease and desist comes through from Monkey. He's trying to get some damage back. Those concussive blows keeping Tarzan locked in. Tarzan goes for it. He got the kill too. Coming up big for AL. Now Hope body blocking the Winter's Bite. The double knockback. It's not going to be enough. He gets it down too. Hope kills Monkey. It will be Tarzan finally falling, but the Between Worlds plus the twofold Hex not going to hit. deadly.
What does that hope?
Oh my
Hope!
god.
He's rooted. Hope. Come on. That's
As a Jin player, I'm just gonna say that happens all the time, man. That little
oh,
line
happens all the time. My back foot does it happen all the time.
Oh,
You gotta hit
my
those.
God, that is actually wild. Still, though, AL has an early advantage. They got a little bit of the outplay there with the first blood. We'll take a look back at it.
Yeah, tunnel in. Kyle, I love the vision.
Splits
bro.
the difference.
Yeah, I love it, man. Great double knock up. Vampire, not Vampire. Monkey's entrance, a little strange. Flashes in range. Must have still had the Q on cooldown, but Tarzan sees Taeyun step a little bit too far forward and gets that kill in. Concussive blows eventually gets reapplied to Tarzan, and the double knockback from the Vault Breaker is good. And before I imagine Tarzan has triumphed, the heal comes in. He doesn't dine out. What's the excuse here for this? What could we? Okay. Wait. To be fair, we might need a bit of VAR on this. I'm gonna request.
I don't think we have that technology.
I'm gonna request someone clip that for a second because I actually do think the W. No, he just missed.
It hit his shield. It hit his shield.
It really felt. It felt like the W where it started in terms of the initial cast and where it came out looked different. Like almost as if there was elevation.
I
You know when you get the
appreciate
weird
the
elevation
copium. I
hitboxes?
appreciate
No.
the Jin copium.
Mind you, I said he should have hit it, so it doesn't matter what I'm saying right now. It weirdly did look like one of those moments where it's like high ground, low ground, but you don't have high ground, low ground there. So I don't know.
It's
Anyway,
not
Hope, you
Obi-Wan
have
and
to hit.
Anakin in this situation.
No, and either way, Hope has to just hit those regardless, right? The guy's rooted. Either way.
But either way, we still will see those first two kills going over. And W with a little bit of response. Now we're right back to everything being right as Rain as Dragon started up by Monkey, still being very proactive in the objective starts. But AL are already on the other side of the map, and Grubs are spawning soon.
Why is it right as Rain? Why is that the saying? Why is Rain right?
Because I'm pretty sure it's a saying. I mean, I'll look it up, but I'm pretty sure it's for like crops and stuff. Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
No,
Let's see. Let's see.
I can believe that. Tarzan is sneaking away, at the very least, a singular grub here. We saw Monkey crossover. So it will just look like a denial of feats of strength. Two grubs will
It's
be
from
picked up
Britain.
Here. It's from here?
Yeah.
Alright, well, fair
Just
play,
means that
British
things are
people.
going well. I don't know.
Well, I know
Doesn't have
what it
anything to do
means.
with rain.
Yeah, I'm just-
I have no idea. Anyways, hey, that's the English language for you. Sometimes we say things that we have no idea the meaning of. We just know what they mean contextually.
Mate, don't get me started on Cockney slang. These guys from East London just say things. I swear. There's no tower there for Karis anymore.
There is no turret. He's gonna get the curtain call and everything. The red carpet laid out the bear and Tarzan. Another kill in the books.
Yeah, another fantastic play, and the Bard providing its value here. Very difficult to get out of that kind of situation when the tower isn't already ramping immediately because of that tempered fate. So good utilization. And AL, they're not out to a massive lead by any means, but despite our guesstimations about WE making plays first with the Vi, with maybe the Ash Arrow, it's been AL, really. You know, being the first to a lot of these plays so far, whether it was the gank earlier on in the 3v3 or this play just here. Either way, Tarzan is the big beneficiary of those plays right now.
True. And it's just so hard when you see some of these early machinations for WE just go awry a little bit. And you want the plays to actually succeed. You want this team to find any of those advantages. Things keep just barely slipping out of their grasps. I do really like the way they've been utilizing their compositional strengths, though. And the fact that Monkey is leading the charge with this Vi, that's what needs to happen if this team is going to find success.
Definitely agree. Monkey and Karis need to find a play sooner rather than later.
Oh.
They are fishing. Oh!
Man. Tarzan can do no wrong. He has Monkey's champ.
That was fantastic. Fantastic from Tarzan. Lovely little sidestep. You know, we spoke about, as I'm expecting very little to happen for the next 2 minutes, spoke about the English language. Mazel, can I educate you on some Cockney slang for a moment? Can you
Sure, why not?
In this? So if I said to you, go up the apples and pears.
No idea.
No.
It means literally, I'm going to go pick up some apples and pears. I'm going to eat them. And I'm going to look at you and see if that's right.
It's...
Oh,
so
Cube? Cube dies?
Hold on a
Cube just
second.
dies here, right? Oh, the
I
Nature's
should've.
Grasp. That was actually really well timed.
Oh.
So are these the pears and apples then, or?
Apples and pears, mate. You got
Oh,
to say it
sorry.
in the right
Oh,
order.
it has to be in the
It
right
has to be.
order.
Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, yeah.
Because, yes, it makes sense in the first place, for sure.
Well,
That's what makes it make sense. Uh-huh. Yep.
Well, I lied about the whole nothing's going to happen for 2 minutes thing, because both
Because
teams
it's the
are-
LPL. You know that's
Yeah.
not right.
I know. A man can dream, can he not? Rushing for first tower, I think AL have this race.
Yeah, there's not even a
Substantially.
race.
Yeah,
They don't
it's
even have
not a race at
minions.
all. So it's rhyming slang, right? So
Okay.
the order is important. So
Okay.
apples and pears, stairs. That's what it is. Got
Apples and
stairs.
pears, stairs. That's it. That's
Right.
just it.
That's one.
Okay.
If I said he's on the stick and bone,
Okay. Well, are you not going to tell me what it means? You're just going to tell me how to say it?
Yeah. No. Well, apples and pears. Like if I say go up the apples and pears, I'm saying go up the stairs. He's up the apples and
Okay.
pears. He's up the
Oh,
stairs.
that's why. Okay. I thought it was
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
whole
Are you
statement
with me
with
now?
apples and pears, stairs.
No.
I was like, okay, well.
No. So, and if I said he's on the stick and bone,
Okay.
little
He's
guess. He's on the stick and
he's
bone.
on a horse.
No, come on now. It's got a rhyme,
Oh,
Mazel.
no.
It's got a
Oh.
rhyme.
Oh, He's on the phone?
Hey, there you go.
Oh my god, I'm learning. I'm learning. I'll be Cockney in a blink of a second.
Yeah, you're getting there. Away from Cockney rhyme for a second. W have pretty good setup around this dragon.
They do.
It all
I was
fits
wondering if
out.
we were ever going to talk about the game. I was down to keep talking about Cockney slang.
Ooh.
Jakes, he's going to use the Between Worlds, but dies as he tries to go through with the portal. Monkey gets his first kill of the game.
Yeah, very good play. They had the setup around the dragon, and Shanks just wasn't quite respecting the potential for a play. Taeyun's going to have to flash that public execution. And now that's a flash he's not going to have to deal with a potential Tarzan engage. But the ultimates are kind of already gone, right?
That was bold.
From AL, I do agree. Very bold Ash Arrow.
It was a distraction. Distractionary tool. He's going to get the dragon.
They should just walk out.
Nature's Grasp, Monkey.
Okay.
He wanted the angle. Flandre's taking the fight. Flandre does a lot of damage. 3-man Cyclone right now. Tarzan's in the midst of it. He's going down, but he wants to take one with him. He will fall, but Hope will clean up after him. And now Jin still being untouched as Karis coming in over on the side. Fourth shot not going to be enough just yet, but AL, they're fighting this one out. And look at that damage done. Karis will fall to Flandre, and a triple kill comes away from the man in the top lane for the fighting in anyone's legend.
Mazel, it's all gone Pete Tong for WE. I'm not sure why they've made that decision. I'm going to be honest. They had the objective. They got the dragon.
They did,
Walk out.
yeah.
Walk out. It's as simple as that. AL don't really have any more tools to hard engage a fight. This is all WE's doing. They don't have to turn around here. They
I mean, I
really
guess
don't.
they saw Hope. And Monkey wanted to go for the Zealous play onto him. They get a decent amount of damage down, but yeah.
It's just strange. You don't have
Dude,
you don't have the Vi ultimate. You don't have Asher anymore. Take the objective and leave, man. But hey, AL aren't gonna complain at all. Like you say, Cyclone's good. From Tarzan, finds 3 members, and it was enough to keep W in place for Flandre to
Another deadly
eventually
flourish
get
misses this fight. Hey, he hit one of them in the fight, so that's all that really matters. Honestly, it's starting to get to a point where the utility for Maokai is huge, but we've seen Ambessa run rampant through mid games in recent history, and I think Flandre is about to be trying to do exactly that. As Kyle gets away from that one and the arrow from Taeyun.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. Far from. WE definitely struggling these last 2 plays, and the gold lead has grown on them as well. It's 3.5k now. And the Herald is up, so I think they're pretty happy to start this one knowing there's no Ash Arrow. And all they have to do is kind of just tank and survive the potential Vitally up at most.
Very true. I like this, though. WE still going for an angle, still trying to push the tempo. As they're going to start up the Rift Herald, the Tempered Fate has gone in. TP has not been seen. Oh, Flandre has a hell of an angle. Monkey trying to go in. They do find Tarzan, but look at the angle.
Oh
Flandre, he's going to get cussive blow, but Shanks found another flank, and Flandre cuts Tayu's life from his very grip, and now Cube will block most of the damage here as the curtain call had been utilized. Flandre still chasing, trying to go under turret. A couple pings going over to this objective. And that Rift Herald will be AL's.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre just rips apart the backline with AoE damage there. Initial engage from WE, not bad, but it's just really deep. And it's onto Tarzan, it's not to Hope or Shanks. Monkey just doesn't like the monkey, man. What else is there to say?
That next Tarzan movie is looking a little rough. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, here we see the TP comes in from Flandre on the backside, but Monkey, its engage is only really onto Tarzan, whilst Flandre not only locks Taeyun in place, but shreds Karis at the same time, as in the picture-in-picture.
Okay, speaking of shredding Karis, yeah. Flandre getting a little bit of reprisal from him, but Tarzan and a Deadly Flourish connecting from Hope will secure this side lane pick right as rain, as we said, for AL.
All right, a few minutes ago I said it's all gone Pete Tong. Let's just go back to that for a second, because
okay.
I think I have a sneaking suspicion about this game, Mazel, and I don't think I even really need to.
You wouldn't say that
it.
it's because there's a 6,000 gold lead right now. You wouldn't say that. No, you don't think that's the reason.
No, I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't say that at all. All right, let's look at the replay. Let's see, just for a second before we go back to Pete Tong. Oh, actually, as a matter of fact, it's pretty contextual. It's all gone Pete Tong for WE. They're the one that made this play onto Flandre.
Wow, the fact that Flandre
you get in the
makes it out?
Here? Yeah, this is better for you.
I mean, look at this. That's so unfortunate.
It is that last bit of healing as well from Kyle.
Yep.
That's the big difference maker.
Oh, that feels really bad. Still, though, can't fault WE for just trying things. If you weren't here for this entire series, you're wondering why is this so one-sided, or why are things going so hell in a handbasket for WE? I think it is a situation we have to remind ourselves that this AL roster is looking to compete for the LPL at internationals. This team is trying to upset the likes of BLG, the top of the table, and WE have not shown us that. They're just trying to figure out what works for this team in their new iteration and in their new era.
Yep, seems to be the case. I will say I have liked today's version so far with Monkey in. They're at the very least far more willing and aggressive to in their playmaking. As speaking of, eyeing the idea. I'm looking for a pick onto Hope. Kyle.
A little bit. Okay. If they catch Kyle, he's going to Tempered Fate by time. You have everybody heading this way. TP coming in. Kyle will fall. Shanks maybe looking for an angle. Flandre has the flank, but all members of WE trying to escort themselves out of this side of the jungle. Tarzan finds Monkey, just immediately cyclones him, trying to catch him out as they've started at a cot. I feel like we're just snowballing into all kinds of stuff here.
Flandre's off on the side as well. This is not great for WE. They're unaware. They see him now on that sweep up.
Okay, Flandre just goes for the public execution, hits Vampire of all people because nobody was behind him. 800 plus smackaroos going to WE, and now it's feeling like WE's momentum is kicking into gear. Hope gets locked down. Cube showing that beautiful utility that this Maokai brings, and Hope is just a Jhin. There's no running away from that. WE have turned this game on its head.
Okay. That's a card secured. No one dies. If I'm to be... What's the negative one? Is it glass half full or glass half empty? Mazel, help me before I sink.
Glass half full?
WE did have to blow a lot of flashes for that play. And more specifically, Taeyun, Cube, Monkey. It's a lot of playmaking, like potential kind of...
Okay. I like it.
But Atakan buff is going to give them so much freedom to kind of just do what they want. Like you say, Flandre, no one behind. I mean, he is aiming for... Maybe if Taeyun doesn't flash, it connects. You know, there's definitely a world. Definitely a world where that connects. But the rundown is good. Braum, all the utility from the CC is good. Picture in picture, you can see good usage of the Atakan already. As might have to snap out of this replay. We do. But W are able to walk away, and they get that tier 1 tower for free.
They did. A little bit dicey there, but they still have the Atakan GAs on multiple members to utilize. So let's take stock here, Jamana. We've been talking about Cockney accents and talking about what this game matters.
We still haven't gotten your guess.
We still haven't gotten it. I'm guessing things are going wrong.
Yeah,
Bam. Look at that. It's like I can learn. It's like I have a small brain. As I think WE have a real chance. I mean, yes, they have the Atakan buff now. For another 45 seconds, they can play very zealously. But this composition excels when you can single target focus, and they've been doing that so well.
That they have.
Monkey's going in there.
Yeah,
okay.
Monkey,
they have 30 seconds left on the GA. They can fight this one. Big one, as now it's already Monkey going down. Tarzan trying to get over onto the back line. Now Shanks trying to kite his way around from Karis. As now Kyle is there too doing some work. Curtain Call has been unleashed. Flandre is buying so much time right now for AL. Oh, they got stuck. That was beautiful from Kyle. As now Shanks is low but not going down. Cube, the last remaining member, will be sent back to the fountain. Atakan GAs are down.
Good stuff from AL, and again, have to highlight the bard pick. It's doing a lot of work here in this game 2 of the series. Was R5 and Tarbate allowing that freedom to his support player is paying dividends here. As W, that play was very, very aggressive, but it makes sense. You got the Atakan buff, you want to use it. Mazel, I'm hashtag noticing a particular pattern between two particular junglers who seem to be pressing their buttons on each other almost religiously. It's at quite a devout level, in fact. It's you know, they just can't seem to help themselves. Monkey again ults Tarzan. That's what kicks off this entire play. Kyle's stuns back to back were pivotal in making sure that AL could strip away those Atakan GAs. And now that they're off, Dragon's up in 15 seconds. And WE, yet again, it's not the first time we've said this series, have set up around the objective.
And the fact that Dragon number 3 is on the table for Team WE would give them a lot of decision-making priority around the Rift as well. You know that's got to be nice with a comp like they have. I mean, Cube is really coming into his own on this Maokai as well.
He is.
We were looking at a little bit of a fight there.
I thought we were. But again, the utility of composition cannot be understated. Just wondering if Monkey was going to press his R key again on Tarzan. Seems quite on site so far. These lot are they're not happy with one another. Like you said, man. Tarzan, it's the Disney stuff.
It is. It's literally Phil Collins got bangers coming out, no doubt. Monkey actually goes over the wall. Weaver's wall has been utilized as well. They actually have Tarzan locked down completely. It's the reverse of the original Tarzan movie. In this one, WE are getting eviscerated now. Flandre is in a 1v3 fight right now, and he's looking a little bit spicy, trying to get away. Can't do it. Now Hope and Shanks, the rear guard, are coming up to make the difference. Karis is trying to save save Cube, but Cube has no way out. A big heal, though, from the passive. Hope is cooking. Want another shot, trying to save Kyle. Splitting his damage right now as Cube is doing massive work. Cube, he wants the healing. Fourth shot's the charm, and Hope will take down the tree.
Oh, man, it was almost the Jin versus tanks moment there for a second. Cube was so damn tanky. So much artificial healing and shielding from the items. Right, well, it's not artificial, it's real, but artificial HP through the shields, and goodness me, that could have been made a far bigger mess for AL than it ended up being. Dragon wasn't taken down, though. So,
no. Just the blood.
Dragon Fight 2 Electric Boogaloo coming up soon, I'm sure. Again, the trend continues, Mazel, of junglers pressing ults on each other. Taeyun gets rooted, hit, not actually quite with the Ambessa ult, but certainly with the Jin art, and just dies. Right? Does not get to play the game. And that was one of the worries I had about the Ashe being picked specifically into the Wukong Aurora. Now, this time it's the other champions that make Taeyun's life miserable. But let's just get a look here. It's below 1k HP for so long. 500, 355. That one was from
Unending
Despair, I think.
Oh, they're on the wrong side of town.
Oh.
Big between worlds. Is it going to be enough for AL? They need to pepper in this damage. Tempered Fate has come down in the middle of the fight. WE are scrambled like the eggs that they were made from. And that is 2 kills going over to Flandre, and maybe even the game win.
Yeah, it's that game. I mean, they've got a mid-wave. It's 3 members dead. Cube's being held. Monkey's resetting. But I think this is it. I think this is just game 2.
Just win the game off of that single fight.
Yep.
WE are going to be kicking themselves here. They were looking so good. They had won that last fight. And off the back of that, AL take it, reverse slam them, and now put them on match point. 2-0 lead for anyone's legend.
Wow. What a strangely back and forth game, just for it to end abruptly.
Just like that. Just like that, I guess. Wow.
Yeah, strange ending to game 2, but hey, an entertaining series so far, it has to be said, right? Despite the expectations we've been talking about, AL still getting to the destination that we so much guessed, but wow.
Yeah.
W are putting up a huge fight. Really huge fight.
It feels so bad when Monkey is actually having good angles, when Cube on the Maokai, who had a terrible time for most of that game, had massive impacts in the later parts. It just felt like they needed some time, but AL knew that, and they just went for the finish.
Yeah. Great.
You got a Cockney accent thing for that one?
Oh. No, I'll have to give it a think. I'm not the Cockney out of all of the family members. I'm the only one that didn't really grow up in East London. Yeah, I'm the outside North and South for me, unfortunately.
What a game, though, man. What a game. Like, we are seeing the little bits of, like, what could possibly happen with this WE team, but
it doesn't look that bad. You know, it doesn't look that bad for WE. Like, at the very least, it feels like improvement. And I know we're always going to be very critical of teams, even when they're doing poorly, and we can be very critical of WE. But I think it's like a read the room plus like context thing here, right? AL are probably just the best team. Read the room plus it's a context thing. This AL team is very damn good. They're the best team in the group. WF struggled. They brought in a substitute in their final series, and the sub is working, right? The game looks significantly more competitive than it probably would have done without Monkey here today, to be honest. So, I also hope this, and we'll probably talk about it post-series, but I do hope that Monkey is like he's here for longer than this series. If W are going to make any changes.
Boy, Tianjin, man, what happened to him?
Look, that brother. Ooh, Mazel, don't get me started.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare put this slander on him, all right?
I love Tianjin as much as the next guy, but if Rengar's not involved, bro, it's
not just the Rengar.
Look, if Rengar's not involved, look.
He's not even here. Let's not talk about
yeah, he's not here today. And you're seeing why. AL, it has to be said, it's a lot scrappier than it should be, and I wonder how much of that just comes down to the matchup of, hey, WE are struggling, less, we're not like locked in. This isn't top esports. This isn't any of the other teams. Not to be disrespectful to WE, but this is what happens. Like when you play against the team that is, on the struggling end, and you're on the higher end of the table, some liberties are gonna be taken that perhaps you wouldn't take against some of the direct compares, and you can see in the gold graph, right? They had a 6-ish thousand gold lead. They threw a little bit. They're not playing as cleanly as we would maybe expect from them, but also it is credit where credit is due. WE are throwing some pretty, big swingers to AL, and they're getting shaken a bit. Even if, AL still as clinical as they need to be.
They just got a damn good draft, man. I don't know. When your first three are Aurora, Wukong, and Bessa, not only are you denying those powerful picks from the rest of the series because this is Fearless, you're also just giving it to some of the best performing players in the league right now. So you love to see them capitalize on that one, but they were set up for success from Tabe in that draft for sure.
Yeah, they really were. They really were. And again, I can't stress enough the importance of actually making R5 a relevant pick instead of just handshaking. Make R. If you as a you know what, I'm talking to all coaches right now. You have R5
directly at them.
Directly to you. You have R5, and you make your top laner pick like Maokai or Sion, or oh, enemy support is playing Braum. I think I'm just gonna pick engage anyway, or I'm gonna go like, enough. Something that breaks the game. It's so much better. It's so much better for the game state overall. This is a case study for it. Right? It's not just top.
Okay, this is the case study. This is what all you needed.
Yeah, this is what we need. Sorry for banging the desk. I'm passionate. I hope it wasn't too.
All you coaches,
better watch. All the coaches, watching you.
Better watch it.
Who's gonna get MVP for game 2?
Who do you think it is?
Is my question, because I think it should be Kyle. But whenever a support is in question, unfortunately, unless it's so night and day that it can only be the support, one of the damage dealers ends up getting it.
I think Kyle deserves it.
Kyle, it's not a conversation. Kyle does deserve it, but we know what happens with the LPL MVP.
Hey, we've had some wild support MVPs in these first couple weeks of the LPL. All right, like some MVPs for supports that maybe should have been in the conversation, but it happens. It happens all the time. We'll see who ends up getting it. I just feel like this was. Yes, some moments where you could say, AL, why are you not looking as clean? You can say that about game number 1 as well. But they were still able to take the win, and it was a little bit scrappy. But these are the kinds of things you want to see from an AL. You want to see that they can maybe play a little bit more loosely and still find the ends. And when it came down to execution, though, when it came down to a lot of these team fights, you could tell the difference, right? Like, it just felt like AL knew where everything was happening, where they needed to put their center around and kind of push their mass forward, where a lot of times for WE, things were getting a bit scattered. Things were getting a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, right. At the end of the day, the coordination difference between the two teams was still very much present. Has to be said. I love the aggression from Monkey. The general... how do I say this politically? The way in which he commands WE to follow his engages is something to be... very, very
don't want to know what other words you were thinking of there. We'll just move forward.
The way that he's made WE play today in terms of how aggressive he plays has been a very nice sight to see. That said, did Tarzan say something in the pre-game lobby? Were there perhaps words actually exchanged?
He was hoping
face to face. Well, it can't be. It can't be. Because Monkey refused to press R on basically anyone but Tarzan that game. So, some strange. It's Kyle, right?
Flandre, my goat. I mean, he did take some wild fights, man. He literally was what was separating WE away from the rest of the team in a lot of cases. Just saying. Look at the tape, man. Look at the tape. Oh my goodness. Well,
we've got to do
we got Javada balding.
An investigation needs to happen, man.
Maybe you'll go spend your. Maybe you'll go ahead and spend your break doing that. I guess to some extent. But thank you all for tuning in for game number 2. We're gonna send it away to a little break before game number 3. See if WE can find a way back into this one. Find their first game win of the LPL before they say goodbye. Welcome back to the LPL English coverage of Split 1 of LPL 2025, your unofficial home for everything LPL English. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, and we're already 2 games in to this best of 5, and it is looking a little bit one-sided here. AL, the expected favorites to win and go 3-0 in their Group A, while WE just trying to find a singular game win on the split before we say bye to them until spring.
Just one, Mazel. Just one.
The last game had good moments. It had good moments.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, Mazel, because, like you say, there's been some good moments so far. I called for drafts around Monkey in Game 2, hopefully for the rest of the series. We technically got that in Vi into Talia, but then we didn't really get to see the combo happen.
Nope.
Give him counter pick. Try and just draft naturally strong lanes, and I think that's your angle. If you don't find that, then I don't know. I worry this might be like a clean cut 3-0. Do you know what I mean? Because I think people will look at this series in retrospect without actually having seen the tape and go, well, yeah. Of course AL 3-0 WE, but the story of these games has been pretty back and forth, all things considered. Mostly AL favored in the game states, and there's no denying that. But WE I think they've put in a shift in making this series competitive, right? And I think that's all you can really ever ask for. I like this because now I like this under the pre-context of don't let it be Zyra for Monkey. Let it be a champion that he can be proactive with as an AP jungler, and I'm there for it. But if it's Zyra, I'm going to be sad because then it's not something he can get to actively make plays on throughout the entire game. It's very difficult to do that in pro play. AL are going to respond with MF. Let's see if it's another big team fire. I mean, normally it will be the case, though I have lied as we get Tarzan Nidalee basically blind.
That is dirty.
Yeah.
That is dirty, man. Tarzan whipping out the Nidalee, said if other junglers can do it, I can do it too. We'll see if it's actually going to work out. Yone has been an auto win condition for so many teams in the LPL. Is this the comp that makes it work with the Ziggs combo and the Nautilus now in the bot lane for WE?
Okay. So, hard engage through WE's bottom lane and mid lane. AP secured via the Ziggs means that they don't really need to have any AP anywhere else on the map, right? Ziggs is likely going into the MF. So, let's see what, I'm expecting this Yone to be Karis's, so let's see what Monkey and Q pull out, right? AL are going to answer out likely with this Alistar. I don't see a reason not to, given what's left in the pool. Though, the last second swap over to this Smolder, so they want their mid AD jungle answer, and that's what it will be. We've seen this matchup play out time and time again.
Smolder top? Or is it you think it's the Yone Smolder?
It's Smolder mid. It's Yone Smolder.
So now
Yone,
what AP is Flandre cooking up here?
that's the question, right? And I expect that they're gonna give him counter picks. So with Braum off the table and so many melee supports already gone, as WE here, you ban out probably Alistar, maybe Rakan. That's about it. Then you put Kyle in some really strange waters, right? Unless there's a support that is escaping my mind right now. Those feel like the two premier obvious answers. Willing, however, to throw bans out towards Flandre, and I don't mind this either. Narban, pretty blanket. I don't think it necessarily signifies anything right now. Maybe if an additional top lane ban comes to a
I'd like to see the Gragas ban.
We can talk about it. Yeah, that's true. Sejuani, I like that as a call out.
I do really like that.
To WE's comp right now. Could obviously have
really
to deal
good with the Yone.
melee. Yeah, just having to deal with the melee top and mid with Sejuani jungle is quite frustrating.
Silas is still on the table. I don't know. Oh, we get the Elise. The Elise support.
Yeah, we've seen this as a priority over in Korea a lot. Like it's actually so high priority. It catches
hasn't
bans
looked
on
very
blue
good
side.
here.
No, and I'll be honest, it hasn't looked very good like anywhere in my opinion. it just falls off a cliff. That's my big problem.
Yeah.
It's like you get to play the game for the first 15 minutes, and then you find out that you have elite support, and life kind of just ends up sucking. This is what I was
Very
hoping for,
true.
though. The eventual Lilia, it wasn't taken
Give
out.
him Diego.
Reminder, though,
Just do it.
with the Ziggs bot, they don't necessarily need Lilia, but I think Sleep with Yone and Ziggs, it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
They take the skirmishing option with the Viego. That's fine.
They just go with the comfort. I mean, the guy's
Yeah.
got double the amount of games pretty much on Viego than anything else. So you love to see it. I mean, this is the guy we've been looking at all night. How is he going to compare to one of the surging junglers right now in Tarzan? And now he's got one of his favorite picks to try to do just that.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very...
Who needs
happy
AP
times.
when you have Elise and
Flandre.
Nidalee? You get the set locked in for Flandre against the Ornn. That's not going to be fun for the Ornn.
No, that's an old school counter, and honestly, I quite love this because you're dealing with 4 melee champions. You get to pick a Juggernaut in set. Anti-tank with the ultimate. Great 1v1 matchup. Not a lot to hate about this pick, frankly. It does, however... It's a bit of a strange one with AL's comp, but what's good is because W are coming into them so much, right? With the Ornn, with the Nautilus,
Yeah.
it can act as a strong tool of re-engage with a combo of Hope's ultimate too. So we'll see how these fights play out later on. Early laning phase is going to be fine, and the side laning is certainly going to be there. Set can answer Yone as a very clean side lane 1v1, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that potentially unfolds later on.
Yone, again, I said it earlier, has been like an auto win condition for a lot of teams in the LPL. Can WE find their first game win of the season here right at the end? We came into this one talking about expectations, Jamada, the differing expectations between these two teams and how they pair up against each other. AL, they're looking to compete at that first stand tournament. Only one team in the LPL is going to have the rights to do that. This team is trying to keep up with the likes of BLG. WE are just trying to keep up with the times and figure out what's going to look good for them going into the next split. While those different expectations may lie, it is still a bump in the road if anyone's legend does not cleanly finish this series out. A test of dominance and a test of strength in Xi'an and then Team WE's home arena. We'll hear the Jaios. Is it enough to get WE over the line?
Home advantage, of course, but they weren't that far apart in energy, has to be said. Ooh.
Not too bad, not too
Ow.
bad. I will say, yeah, Vampire has the back. Took a stake to the chest, and vampires don't like that very much.
Yep, no, they do not. Good little bit of a lore counter, I suppose. Not to League of Legends lore, of course.
It's just the general monster lore, I guess.
Yeah, good monster
Cool.
lore.
What about Shanks playing this Smolder? I know you talked about the matchup itself,
Yeah.
but also with the setup that Shanks has had in this series, the man has been on fire, and now he's literally that as a fiery
He's literally
dragon.
he's gonna set stuff on fire, right? And Smolder, I think he's gonna, it's a mix. He's gonna both struggle but also be happy to be in this game. 4 melee champions as a ranged champ, right? You're always feeling good, but especially as Smolder, being able to get all the AoE out feels fantastic. If all those buttons get pressed on you, though, a little less, as Cube's probably gonna have to
They knew he was there. He was trying to see if maybe they didn't, but they will take about half his health in this lane swap setup. Flandre walking into lane will take half his health as well.
Yeah, I wonder how much that's going to impact Cube. Cube's going to have to base and TP. Never usually worth to lose that much health trying to get him in here. Obviously, like you're saying, though, they knew he was there. Had that level 1 setup. Is being denied a little bit of XP. Flandre, his counterpart on the other side, though, he's getting a little bit more for himself. All right, you can see the XP bar in the underneath the champion portraits in the HUD. So he's not doing too bad, but of course Cube having to reset. Like you said, though, going back to the Shanks point, double-edged sword.
He's stacking grasp.
He's stacking grasp. He is going to do his best to get to his items, and then eventually he is going to be a complete menace. Now, Tarzan's coming off his clear to make his way to this top side now. There's a ward in the bush for Cube, but Cube is not going to be level 2 for this dive at all. Very far from it. Only has
This is tough.
Has his flash. Can they make it work with a 3-man?
The minions are going to block Tarzan. He has to go in a little bit closer than he wanted to. Tries to get the execution there, but can't do it. They go for the regank. This is where Cube goes down. One more spear, and it's the kill from Hope.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just really well executed on AL. Hope even to start off that tower dive, technically, gets an auto attack off and then drops tower aggro. Does it perfectly before the tower can even get the shot off, so it's just a bit of extra free damage. Loads of stuff going their way, despite the cocoon actually initially missing from Kyle. So, first blood secured. Hope's going to walk away very happy with that additional kill. It's good stuff for AL.
Feels pretty good. I will say, I was going to go in this long rant about how it feels really good to be Karis and Monkey in this situation with all these squishy carries. Imagine one big fate sealed getting all that juicy damage. But now we don't get to talk about it because AL are a little bit in the advantage. You see there, 705 days since set have been played in the top lane in the LPL. Long time. And Flandre has been racking up a bunch of those at this time in this split. He's been picking all the champions that haven't been played in a while.
Yeah, I wonder if... See, I know when it happened now, so I could go and look it up, but I'm just going to freeball this and say, I wonder if this was when Cassante... This is 2 years ago now, so this is when Cassante was released, and people were still trying to find, like, really good answers into him, because I feel like Set is... Well, Set's... It's like a skill matchup off the top of my head. I'd have to consult a Set main or two to get confirmation.
There's not many of those around here, you know.
There's not many of those around these parts anymore. But Set, of course, notoriously good into tanks. So that's my guess. That's the last time that it showed up, back in 2023 spring. I wouldn't be surprised if you went and looked at the match history that it was into Cassante. That's all.
That's all you say. Just leave your piece. I do want to take a look at the culmination of the jungle pass. This is the most active, at least, that we're going to get for right now until those level 6 marks. You do have a level 5 Monkey coming down here to be first present into the bot lane 2v2. And Tarzan pathing up towards top. Oh, Hope. It's hit by the satchel charge. The repel dodging out of the Dreads line, but the flash plays there from Monkey. He can't decide if he wants to continue onto Hope or onto Kyle, and both of them make it out. Flash will be burned by Kyle.
Yeah, and you don't really mind that at all. Flandre is getting a good end of the trade. You're seeing the lane matchup itself sucks, but also Cube is just so far behind. He's a level and a half down, and I think that wave was pushing into Flandre. I'd have to look at it again as Skirmish is breaking out here.
The repel again, but this time it's Tarzan that tanks it. Now he's in a lot of trouble. Got a lot of damage over the wall from Taeyun, but Vampire already falls. You lose that tankiness, and now Tarzan leaps himself over the wall. The Cougar has found promise, and Hope has too. Taking down Monkey. Tarzan flashing away. He will fall. Karis trying to get something back. Gets 2. That's going to be 2 for Taeyun, rather, as a double kill going through. It's traded. Oh, Mom can't finish it off. Taeyun flashes away. This is dicey, though.
Shanks will, though. I mean, Hope can just drop the E.
Oh, the Achu didn't hit. Hope. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Taeyun with 4 kills to start it off for WE.
All right, AL. I see what kind of game you want to make this, and I'm here for it. Truly, I am. It's not the cleanest dive that we've seen this series, this game, actually, as a matter of fact. Both these jugglers, they've pushed immediately up to these grubs, and Tarzan's spear is somehow scoring a goal between 3 grubs, but it's okay. Still going to secure it. Oh, Karis was dangerously close to stealing one of those. But that should be all 3 grubs over to AL. No major worries. So objective secured there. They got the feat of warfare, Nazelle.
They did.
They got the first step of the feat of objectives there. Repel, it's good because to be fair, if Kyle gets hit by that, there's a world where he gets bursted out. He's very squishy. But Vampire does go down for his troubles. Spear connecting onto Monkey allows Tarzan to reposition over the wall, and Hope flashes over and gets the damage. But this is where things get awkward because Karis over the wall with the flash. One last auto does find its way onto Tarzan to kill him, but then Karis just takes so long to get that kill. Finally. On
Dude, we're
Kyle,
gonna
and
get
then-
the slow-mo of Hope
Yeah, we
tanking
are.
this turret.
And it's actually that knockback
it was
that
a
makes
really
Hope
good satchel
tank.
charge.
Yeah. That's what makes it even more awkward, because Hope could have realistically walked in, got, you know, an auto off, then walked out. But the satchel does break that potential. So good job, Taeyun. You earned that double kill. I was going to say AL gave it to you on a platter, and in fairness, they did. But the satchel made that very, very messy.
Look
And
at
now
that
he's a 4-1
inventory.
Ziggs. Yeah.
I mean, got Lost Chapter, Hextech Alternator. He's stacking up that Dark Seal as well. Trying to get more turret plates. I mean, they've already picked off almost 3 of them, and they are going to start up the Dragon now as well. Love this aggressive look from WE. This is the best iteration of this team we've seen so far this split. They are proactive, and even if it's not working out in the win column, they are not giving up on trying.
You know,
Please? Okay.
Sometimes you see a skill shot flying towards the dragon, and it just deals 0.5% extra damage more than it usually does. Good invade here from Tarzan. He should be able to sneak this one away just because of the angle. Smite that, and Vampire is not going to be able to punish. So good looks.
Good looks, good looks. Shanks has now found the bad side of the two swords blademan in the mid lane, as Shanks not going to have much of a hope in just a flat-out 1v1 against each other.
Yeah, no, he won't. We saw in that picture-in-picture as well. Cube was forced to flash in the 1v1 up in the top side, and that matchup continues to go from pretty bad to significantly worse. It's down 30 CS. I mean, a lot of that damage was definitely done in the lane swap, right? But goodness me, Flandre is kind of just having a time up there.
Ooh,
Shanks.
the ult from Karis. He tries to get the play, but Tarzan turns right back around. And Fate Sealed will be down for a little while, but still, that aggressive play from Karis is going to open up this mid lane for them.
Yeah, what's good is it will be up for the Grubs in a minute's time. So long as WE can do a little bit of delaying, right? So it's not the worst time to use it by any means, but I expect AL with Kyle already on this side of the map will do their best to try and get a start up on spawn.
Oh, we're
Especially because of
fighting
how
for
much
this,
pressure-
bad boy.
Because of how much pressure as well Flandre has up here. Wouldn't be super surprised if they look for a start up there and try to push WE out.
We had the Ludens completed for Taeyun. We also had the Bloodthirster completed first item for Hope on the other side. Leandries for Tarzan just now completed. The fight is on the verge here in 20 seconds. Would be huge for AL to get all 6 grubs, especially away from a Ziggs comp. Hope and Taeyun still down bot lane.
Taeyun still down bot lane. Are they... Well, definitely seen Monkey now. I was going to say, like, had they really snuck in there, no vision. Hope.
He's got an angle here. Yeah, bullet time's just going to be walked out of by Taeyun.
Okay.
Nice try there by Hope. We'll take a decent amount of damage, but the Bloodthirster going to heal up nicely. Monkey trying to at least get one of these to deny it. Oh, he barely
He got
gets it there. And he will secure the one. Now Ornhorn called. Not going to hit Flandre. Here comes Mom as well. We got calls everywhere. I don't know if it's Dad, if it's Mom, if we're calling home. As now the Mega Inferno Bomb comes in to help Karis get a kill. Big setup now onto Tarzan as they're getting the Heartbreaker going. But he's CC'd. Monkey's still alive. And he's getting the Reset City WE. They're finally turning something around in this series. And they're looking to upset the Grub counter.
Yeah, they will get likely these last two. Hope and Kyle, I expect to back off. Shanks will TP top just to catch the wave, and that'll be the objective fight over. Strange from AL, the approach. They kind of just let themselves get hooked on, to be honest with you. There's not much else to say. 1v1 was also going in favor of Cube somehow. And eventually ended up getting help. Let's see, because I think it's Shanks. Just steps forward. Vampire finds the dredge line and the combo's there, right? You cannot move. Die in the CC. Top side, you can see that 1v1 going on whilst Tarzan gets found out here. And unfortunately, Monkey isn't bursted out in the duration of that CC. Karis comes to the rescue of his top laner. All is well. Very split fight from AL. And Mazel, let's wrap back on a point. You know, about this Elise, who's on our screen right now, actually, for a brief moment. This champion becomes useless. Point blank, period. There is no... You kind of just become a worse Blitzcrank, is actually the best way I can put it functionally. Past the 15-minute mark. It's just, do you hit Cocoon on a good target? Yes, no. That's it, right? And if you're not winning, you tend to not get control of brushes. All of these, it's a snowball thing. She is a win more support. And AL, I'm not going to say they're losing, but they're certainly not winning, right? The game is very, very even, and they're against a team fighting composition of WE, and a very easy to execute one at that. I worry if some kind of gold lead isn't, you know, magicked up in the next 5 minutes or so, that WE might just take a game. Just on the basis of the composition. A lot of heavy lifting is going to have to be done by Shanks, by Hope, and by Flandre to get this one done.
This Yone champion just is so damn good into every single piece of this composition from AL. He is going to be completely commanding of where he wants to go, who he wants to engage on. And he's already got the Blade of the Rune King now as well. His mom is called. It's big spear onto Vampire. Another stake through the heart this time, as it's right in front of the dragon fight here. Mountain Dragon on the line. Would be the first dragon for AL or the second for WE.
Yeah, we'll see. AL get this. They'll be one objective away from the feat to put themselves even with WE, and then the Herald is where they can split that difference. First tower, of course, could also get either of these teams, or get AL on the mark. W would still need the third objective. And the towers across the board are certainly chunked, especially top side. Both have seen better days.
Seriously though, who deals with Karis? Who stops this guy
Flandre.
from running into your
Flandre.
backline?
Flandre.
Is it
Flandre. 100%. Set, bro. Set is like not a balanced champion when he's against this many melee champs.
Oh, Taeyun getting caught by the Make It Rain plus bullet time combo. Flandre did end up using his TP down bot lane to get this split push.
I think, you know, Mazel, I think people sleep on Juggernauts a bit too much when we get these kind of compositions. Where you think about if this is like a Mordekaiser or, dare I say, the Alawi champion even. Given my own personal bias. Dare I say, given my own personal bias. But these champions rip apart these short-range comps, right? And I'm almost certain we're going to see at some point, you know, Flandre is going to press R on Cube. Well, maybe he does it right now. Good spacing from Cube. Oh,
ooh. Really good showstopper there as Cube fighting down to the last. Flandre goes down in the solo. Cube coming up clutch there.
Yeah. Ornn still does a lot of damage. No matter how you slice it, and Flandre's W was still on cooldown, so wasn't able to use it after the first time use there. As Karis, a little bit aggressive, will take a big chunk for his troubles, and Cube's gonna get first tower. There you go. All right, well, if WE can secure this, oh no, actually, never mind.
No, AL
had
gotten the first turret. It's
okay.
WE's first tower though.
Oh,
Karis! This is the combo they want. Karis going low but not going down. Tarzan wants him. Spear to the dome. And he gets him down. Monkey finds another pick, though, and that's actually pretty big. At least trying to get out for himself. Karis down, though. That's a major tool getting off of this table for WE.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen Karis getting aggressive underneath a tower with the Spirit Unbound this game, and he's finally punished for it.
Oh, that was close. Vampire waiting on the wings, waiting to go in case Tarzan goes a little bit too far. Okay, so we're starting to see what the strategy is for AL. Kael's job seems to be to try to cocoon Karis and lock him down as we take a look back in the 1v1.
So Flandre has this Q max going, right? And it's good for, you know, the upfront damage and kind of the consistent damage. But the W cooldown's so valuable. Great buffer by Flandre, but he can't quite space out, you know, because of this Q slow as well. And I'm not sure what else. He just had to by a bit of time so he could get that second cast of the W so close. I think it was like a second and a half away from being up. And then he maybe gets to win that 1v1. Assuming he hits the true damage portion. But Ornn still does a lot of damage because of Brill.
Yeah.
So does lose out that time.
Looking at the siege in mid lane now. Taeyun's already on 2 items. He is hitting big. Has that Horizon focus as well, so the long-range damage is definitely coming into tow for WE. They were trying to siege in mid lane. They're buying time to get Karis some gold in the side lane.
Yeah, Karis will secure that tower up there. Flandre can't stop him for the time being. Will WE be able to break this tower apart?
A little early with the satchel charge. They go for the wombo, and there's the combo. Heartbreaker over the wall, and AL's hearts are shattered as they will all fall one by one to a triple kill to Monkey. As Flandre taking the fight in the side lane against Karis, but he is losing that one slowly but surely, and the rest of the team is coming over to support.
Yeah, could rotate over very, very easily. Over a tier 1 tower. Great Ornn, I think, above everything else. Yes, I know the explosive combo looked very incredible. But the Ornn getting that initial slow, and then Vampire's Dredge line was fantastic. They get the tier 1. Job's done for the time being. They can use that as a brief window to reset, and let's just get a look at the combo one more time. Trying to ult the wave, right? But Ornn plus this very funky Dredge line.
Excuse me, is that how architecture works? What?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
He was literally fully behind that turret.
Yeah, but you know,
holy moly.
Lawless, bro. Let's see, AL, they're on this dragon first. They might be able to burst it down before WE can actually get here. Monkey's on the other side of the wall. They can look for a fight afterwards.
Okay, so we'll be secured by Tarzan. Karis on the other side. Flandre being a little bit... Oh, no, they don't hit the spear. No, Big Inferno Bob over. And now Karis has his pickings, and he wants everything as that showstopper is stopping AL from fighting anything in this series. Flandre not able to make the difference, and Cube finds the snipe kill onto Kyle.
I think AL are going to lose this game. WE, it's... Again, the draft, man. I don't know what else to say. AL are putting a lot of disrespect down right now on WE on the Rift, but the draft is also not helping them by any means. And again, the team fighting composition is always going to kind of feel significantly better on this WE side. Ease of execution is also in their favor. Let's get a look at it. Dragon goes down. Flandre, I know he gets his way onto Cube, but then it's Dredge line onto Shanks. Not the first time.
Another one.
At the grubs earlier, and then combo is clean. Not much that Shanks can do about it other than having to, you know, he needs to flash the initial Dredge line, right? Once he's in range for that to happen. And poor Kyle.
Can't keep having that happen if you want any hope in this one, AL, as maybe they've just consigned themselves to a potential game number 4 as Karis starting up the Atacon. 2 items completed on majority of carries for Team WE, and Tarzan in no vicinity to try to contest this Atacon take.
No, they're not. And I've also just noticed, what's the picture-in-picture here? Oh, this is how Hope's dead. All right, well, didn't clock onto that. That's why the Atacon's even more free. But
I mean, if we're gonna be real, like if we're gonna be real, the hell is this draft from AL? To be fair,
I mean,
like this draft is kind of rough.
We know this feels like a content game to rip straight from chat for a moment, but also from our dearly beloved G2 in Europe. They're very familiar with content games. This feels like a content game from AL. As I wanted to also bring up the fact that Shanks only has 179 stacks in 22 minutes. That is subpar. And I feel like this pan down to Shanks, obviously we're taking from the Chinese feed. That it feels like we're connected spiritually, because in my mind the Chinese casters also just spoke about the fact that Shanks is very far away from their stacks too.
And I think you can really look back to that quadra kill to Taeyun that really set a lot of this objective control and map control setup for WE up, as they won't be able to get the siege on this one, but the damage is there.
It is. I mean, the thing... Mazel, do you know what's annoying?
What?
Shanks will eventually hit stacks.
Yeah.
And we haven't actually seen Flandre press his R key on a tank into the rest of the team of WE. And if these two things happen at the same time, it's pretty winnable for AL, like comically. There is so much damage available just between those two abilities, and Shanks hitting that power spike.
Yeah.
It keeps me worried, despite the massive deficit that they find themselves in.
Okay. Fade Sealed going to be used. They still have the Atacon GAs, and they're popping heads right now. They've only lost one. There you go. The showstopper. Is it enough, though? They get 1, 2, maybe 3. Karras going ham. He's sent back to base, and Taeyun, the only one left with the Atacon GA.
Yep. Taeyun, he's going to make it out. Hope will heal up there. I don't even think Taeyun had mana to throw an R back. Do you see what I mean? You know, like, WE's execution, not fantastic, but imagine they don't have Atacon buff there. You know, imagine it drops off mid-fight or something stupid.
They're not JDG, sorry, you know.
Good one. But great engage from Vampire. I mean, hey, Aragon, if you're watching.
He's had a lot of them.
You know? Yeah, he's a good game from Vampire this game. You know, like, fantastic stuff. But
another guy who came up the EDG system there with Monkey.
Yep, true. We love our LDL Kings into LPL pipeline. Very thriving system. Shanks is at 215, Mazel. He's nearly there. He is nearly no longer a baby dragon.
Yeah, I don't even know if it makes a difference, honestly, at this point. I mean, you're already on almost 3.5 items for Taeyun. And that 3-item spike for Karras is terrifying for anybody who has less than, like, 3,000 health. And maybe even those that do have more than 3,000 health on the map.
True. Shanks. Vampire.
TP.
Bye-bye. Doesn't want to risk it, and I don't blame him. Good call from Shanks in my mind. Good pickup as well from WE. Kind of limits the potential lane assignments, I suppose, but the likelihood is Shanks is just never going to be bot lane, right? As I say that, he veers off towards the bot lane.
Karras gets caught a little bit. Showstopper into the CC chain. TP coming down. Now Flandre is the one in trouble. He's going to try to hit the haymaker, but he is haymaked into the ground. Nobody else around, though, as nice satchel charge. Taeyun is 1v2ing right now with a little bit of help from his team. It's going to be even more. Another snipe on a Kael and to Hope as well. Massive hits from WE, who are barreling down the mid lane.
It's 5 versus 2. They've got a part of a wave on the bot lane, but I think they should just go Nash. Go pick up the buff. Karras can split push on the bot lane. Just keep pressure drawn down there. AL are going to try and look for him. Swing and a miss on the spear. WE should have Baron. I mean, yeah, AL. Just too disjointed this game. Perhaps having a little bit too much fun. Tarzan's in trouble. Depth charge.
I mean, he's just going to die. Karras is going to have to go back, though.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he almost just kills Tarzan without him.
Hey, Tarzan. Okay.
They're doing the Baron.
What?
He just killed Monkey!
What?
Flandre makes the play when nothing else could happen, and Taeyun puts him right back into his seat. Now, Taeyun trying to get out with the back here. He should be able to complete this one. No, he stops his back. Tarzan just walks straight in and dies.
What? A replay.
What is happening?
We need a replay right now, man. Throw it up. Throw it up. We need to know. I mean,
Orn,
after
nope,
the
we
fight,
got more
perhaps,
fighting.
no.
Oh, he stopped the Ornhorn with the cocoon there, at least. We're at least trying to stop him with the combo. Karis kills Hope outright, so no need for that. Shank's trying to get the reset, trying to get the kill, at least on a Taeyun, but can't get him. He finally gets one with the execution. There you go. 1,000 gold to Kyle, and this is one drunk game, man.
I need to see the Nash still. I need to know how it happened. I can't focus, man. I can't. Was it a W? Was it an auto attack? What? Okay.
Oh my god, it was right in front of his face. Oh no. Yo! It went back to 14?
Wait!
It went 2-1, 14.
What? What?
That was weird. That was very weird.
What? I can't. He's okay.
Sorry, Santorin.
I'm gonna very quickly. I'm gonna just get that up again, just for my own sanity. But it looked like he smited below 1.2k, and it was the exact same. Wow. I mean, just for confirmation for you guys, he smited at 1,189. So, you know,
math. Ornhorn coming out. We're back into the game. Cube wants to try to catch out Kyle, but he will repel away from that one. Tarzan trying to land some poke. Mom coming down this cutaway here as they do have the siege damage to get them down slowly but surely. Mega Inferno Bomb going to be dodged away. Kills all those little spiderlings, though. Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. Resets wanted by WE. They still got to put the finishing touches on this one, even with the small advantage that they have.
Yeah, they do. And they need to do it soon, because the longer they leave this game going, the more stacks that Shanks get, the higher potential threat for some kind of nonsense when it comes to a Flandre re-engage. And I mean, you know, Hope's had a quiet game so far, but all it takes is just, you know, mayhem in the backline and a bullet time over the top for a very clean Game 3 comeback for AL here.
Trying to get as much poke down in front of this one as possible. That is really AL's only conditions. Unless they find a massive angle with Flandre, they're just trying to get as much poke down as possible. Taeyun takes a little hit there. Hope coming around the corner. There's the engage. They find Flandre. He can't even get a haymaker out. Finally does and kills him. Vampire traded, but now Monkey has the soul of Flandre. Bullet time to the face, but Hope is getting reset on, and Monkey finding the angle, but the rest of WE have made mincemeat out of AL. They're TPing mid lane, and they want to get a game.
Yeah, no, W are too far ahead. Point blank, period. WE, Mazzella gonna win a game. They're gonna get a game.
Oh my God, what world were we in? What time were you in? What place were you watching from when you saw Team WE take their first win in the LPL 2025? Better late than never at this point in their final series until spring. They'll take a game win.
All right. Well, we're getting 4 games out of this series. And the ever-growing history book that is Elite Support this year and why it's bad continues to, yep.
I'm just going to say it outright. I'll just be maybe a little mean. That was a disrespectful hell of a game from AL. Their draft was awful. Their gameplay was rough. They continuously took fights that they didn't need to take. And I mean, that was just a game where, hey, we're going to give WE something.
100%. 100%. That was just, yeah, that was AL having fun, throwing out the creative picks.
I just looked in the producer chat and remembered something I said at the beginning. We're not going to talk about it. We're going to move forward. Anyways, I just broke myself. Thank you, past me. WE win a game. AL disrespected them. But we have to applaud WE. Something finally worked, Jamada. I don't know if it, like, Monkey made a massive difference in this one. I don't know if you could say the same about the rest of the series. I don't know how much different that makes him than Tianchen. But by golly, they won a damn game. And it was off the back of everybody. It was that quadra kill going over early to Taeyun, them utilizing that around the map. Monkey, who has had a consistent game against Tarzan, having some support from his team.
Yeah. Happy to actually see that. You know? That's what I'm here for. I saw game 1. Yeah, Monkey, give him all the eggs. Give him all the bananas, actually. You know, give bananas in the basket. That's what we want.
You just had to.
That's what we want, all right? You asked for the, you know, the I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not the memes, the... Forget it, doesn't even matter. Yeah, banter.
There you
go. Thank you. You're getting it. Who knows? Maybe WE make this weird. Maybe
Phil
this
Collins got a lot to work
one
with after that one.
He does. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is all of our questions are answered completely dependent on how AL drafted game 4. Right?
I was wondering where you're going with that. I was like, okay.
Because look, if a full draft from AL looks like it did in game 3, in game 4, then I think we know maybe there's room for WE to do the funny ha ha hee hee thing.
There's no way we go to 5 games, right? I'm putting it out there into existence right now because every caster curse always works.
You know, the selfish me wants the series to end after this game because I have a migraine coming. I can feel it.
But what is the LPL part of you?
The LPL in me needs to kind of see 5 games just because it would be funny.
We've only had 2 5-game series. We need more.
But this series of all of them, you know, like AL would really have to be having a bit of a. They'd be taking the Mickey. They really would be taking.
All of this was part of their plan to get things off of the Fearless draft. You know, they were just like, you know, we need to take all these picks that they really want every game. Wow. Though, take a screenshot of that. Be happy about it. Team WE find their first split win. This entire LPL split, all the best ofs, they finally find a game win.
Can you believe it? WE against AL. AL is where they find their game win, of all places. But hey,
all
I mean,
places.
AL kind of gave it to them.
Now we have no unwinning teams in the LPL out of all 16.
Every team has one now. Doesn't that just make you feel kind of happy? Huh? Highlights. There were plenty of those actually in this game for both sides. Very fun.
Dude, this entire game can be sent as like a package to anybody that wants to complain about what Nautilus Hook can do. This entire game. Like, Vampire's hooks were just off the chain.
Off the... Some may say off the hook.
Double dad joke.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we're here all night.
I'm running out of material. I'm running out of material, sorry. Look.
Don't ever come to our stand-up. It's fine.
I reckon I could do stand-up. But like, it would... Yeah, but I would be entirely a crowd work Andy. I wouldn't be able to write jokes at all. Can't do it. It's not my thing.
Understandable.
Crowd work though, easy. Anyway, that aside, good game.
WE won.
WE won. I want to be more excited, but my perpetual fear is AL are just going to show up and absolutely slaughter them in game 4. You know,
I gotta be asking what Tabe is thinking. Either like his draft, like that despicable. He's behind the turret, and it still hits. Ridiculous. Anyways, the little things that worked in this situation for Team WE, can they replicate it? Do you see a possibility in that in terms of what their composition is like? So if we're getting into game 4, there's a ton of high meta champions that are left off the table now.
Do you want me to be serious or not, Mazil? How do you feel? Like, guide me.
I mean, we just saw W win the first game. I think some hopium is in order. I think some hopium
some
is
real
in order.
hopium. All right, I'll do it. Whatever is left on the table, easy champs to put together, right? No, don't draft like how AL drafted and give yourself an execution threshold to meet, right?
True.
Don't let the champions play themselves. Focus on being able to play together. And I can see a WE realistically beating an AL who, if they're gonna show this level of disrespect again, it's not out of the question anymore, right?
Is this a Tabe thing? You were loving Tabe. Is this a Tabe thing? Is this an execution thing? Is this a team thing?
It's a bit of everything. It's a bit of everything. You
Is
know,
that
the draft
everything?
was the draft was obviously what it was, but at the same time, AL could have still probably played it with more respect, you know?
True.
You wrap our minds back to that dive at the bottom lane where Taeyun ends up being the beneficiary of 4 kills.
4 kills, man.
They didn't necessarily have to go for the dive, but it was also well played by Taeyun, right? In that
it
1v2,
was really well,
especially so.
That satchel charge.
How is this gonna end up being a 4-game series at the? It's always the ones you think that are gonna be 3-0, man.
Yeah, I'm really wondering kind of the mindset moving forward for AL. This was a big test for them, and everything we've talked about so far was we want to see how dominant AL can be in their last showing before playoffs, before being the potential first seed for this Group A. And I mean, you see moments like this, you're like, what the heck is going on? How does this work? Like, what was the machination with the draft you had and the execution base behind it? But you do wonder now as well, thinking about it before we get to the MVP and everything coming up. Do they still pick red side? They only have one blue side game so far this split.
They love red side. That's their thing. They'll stay on red side. There's no doubt there.
Imagine winning the game and still getting blue side.
If they swapped to blue, it would be strange.
Taeyun!
Well earned, Taeyun. Yeah, get in there, man. Fantastic game. Set himself up incredibly just off the bot lane skirmish. He could have very easily died. Maybe at the most gotten 3 kills, but that one very well placed satchel, right?
Yeah.
Getting him that extra kill in the dive seemed to have made all the difference in snowballing the game for him.
It's nice to see a prospect like Taeyun coming over from KDF Challengers and LCK Challengers actually get some resources early and then execute on that. Be with the team, find those movements around the map. That kind of stuff is very, very, very nice to see. See if it continues. See if somehow WE push us to 5 games after a short little break. We'll have Game 4 on the horizon. Welcome back to the LPL English coverage here in Split 1 of LPL 2025. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada. Welcome back, my friend, as WE make the impossible possible, take their first game win of the entire split, and now bring us to Game 4 against AL.
Can you believe it? I can't.
I'm
Mazel,
here.
I'm just glad you're still with
Pinch
us.
me.
I'm glad you're still with us, frankly, after that game. Quite a shock.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, quite a shock. Hopefully you can keep your pulse in check and everything else in check for a potential Game 4.
Not finding
WE
anything
win.
to jump off of and like tackle, just go through into. The fact of the matter is that WE, even if they won that game, they still have to find a way to make that consistency real. Make AL, who chose
Oh my god, AR on
blue
blue
side.
side. Oh.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Oh, maybe they're
Put
locked
some
in.
blue in it. I don't know.
Maybe they're locked in.
AL, they are still going to ban a lot of the similar champs. Cassante, which has made it this far, is banned away. The Blitzcrank as well.
Okay, so plenty of things the Blitzcrank could mean. It could also simply be like a soft filler ban, but like this deep, do you really want to do filler bans? I feel like you don't.
Yeah.
Let's see. You see Blitz, you think things like hyper carries, right? So the reason why, because Lulu, Renata, these kind of champ. Okay. Well, it doesn't get much more telegraphed than that. Now the real question is, what does WE want to do into this? They know it's going to be, a Lulu plus Jinx or Zeri. Do they want to preemptively handshake and take this? Will we get something like a Thresh out of Vampire? It's one of the older school, champions that we see or used to see into these kind of utility picks like Lulu.
Are AL trolling us?
I don't think so. I don't think you ban Blitz and go Lulu first pick without that happening,
All right.
The comedy...
I'll believe you.
The comedy thing could actually be, what if we end up getting solo lane Lulu? Because there is a...
Flandre's just cooking.
Not only is Flandre a prominent chef as the Jinx, one after the hyper carry match I was picked up, so Hope could very happily go Zeri. Huh. Mazel, I'm worried. I feel like AL might not be messing around this game. I think if Zeri gets locked in, no. I think if Zeri gets locked in, then it should be Lulu bot locked in.
Okay.
Though there is always still room for flexibility. But I did want to just quickly highlight that it's kind of rising in priorities. Some solo laners in Korean solo queue are playing solo lane Lulu, and they're doing a more supportive build. I've seen more aggressive kind of like hard mage items into support items.
Yeah.
But this will just be the support one. No.
Dude, you're just big brain, man.
I don't have the script, guys. I promise.
Are you sure? Can you give it to me?
Yeah, I'm serious. I don't. Bans now. Junglers probably, right? Of what? I'm actually not sure. So many are already... Some of the use ones are kind of gone, so I don't mind the Nar call out again. Renekton. Is it going to be Renekton? Who knows, actually. I wonder if W want to ban Sejuani themselves, as a matter of fact, now, because it's one of the few, good junglers still available on the pool, or in the pool, rather. Otherwise, I guess they just kind of end up giving it to AL, and then Flandre will maybe go a carry champion on top of that. Lee Sin. Okay, fair enough. Maybe they'd be happy.
Some Tarzan picks, maybe even the Lee Sin mid.
Yeah, who knows?
Unfortunately, Doonby is not here. We'll see what the top lane focus is going to continue, if it is, rather, for AL in this final ban. It is the Hui, actually, that's banned away.
Decent, cool. I wonder if Karis is still going to lean on something a little bit more AD. I mean, I was going to say Corki, but Corki's gone. Oh, dear. Oh, no. If we get...
dear? No.
Dear. Dear. Now, the problem with Udyr is it signifies that they're probably going to want to do a lane swap.
True.
So, it could end up meaning we get a tank handshake. Thank you, Hope, for the hover. I love you, bro.
Dude, are you like communicating with these? Are you do you have DMs open with AL right now or what?
Yeah, maybe, bro. Sejuani Camille? Yeah, sure, why not? I'm there for that.
Text them right now, right? Go ahead. You just want to make sure.
You've already got Galio. Galio's going to function, you know, both ways, protective, offensively. As much as, I mean, you know what? Kindred would actually be a pretty annoying champ for WE to deal with here.
I think, honestly, what I'm seeing from AL is they just want to get massive setup for the side of Flandre and Hope in a lot of these cases. I mean, a lot of facilitation coming through for the team.
Silas
would be massive.
Silas, way better. Don't do Orianna. I mean, okay, Ori can work, because the Shockwave can definitely turn a fight. But I feel like my problem now is that the scaling is going to be good, but I don't know if Pantheon plus Thresh can get them over the line in the early game. That said, you look over at AL, it's not like AL have a phenomenal early game in its own right? So going scaling for scaling, definitely fine. I just worry that Orianna kind of gets blown up by the front line of AL at any given time. And Zeri and Lulu are going to be very self-sufficient against the team with no real hard engage, right? So I think Silas would have made a world of difference there for just being able to take away the actual engage ults and use them for themselves. We'll see how WE are going to play this one out. This is going to be a bloody game. Yeah. I expect this to be a very, very, very bloody game. These compositions are very aggressive. Lane swap is likely also going to be in the mix here because of the Udyr pick. I don't suspect these lanes to match up 1-to-1, at the very least top to bot. If they do, it's because they are both considering a swap, and then they both baited each other out, and they mind-gamed each other into ending up in the matching lanes, I see.
Yeah. AL have completely changed their strategy. It feels like they have some different options moving forward with the Camille, but a very team fight-centric composition where WE trying to feed off the momentum from that last game and trying to find a way to push this to 5. Both these teams on the opposite sides of the scale in this Group A. AL looking to go 3-0 in series score and secure that first seed going into the playoffs. WE, they're looking to be a little bit more than a bump in the road here for AL. This test of strength is falling short for AL, and WE have their hands on the gas. They're looking to try to get this comp off and running in their home arena in Xi'an. It's AL versus WE.
Maybe the mic's just closer to the AL fans, you know?
There's your copium shot for the day.
Yeah, there's maybe that's what it is. Nothing too fishy in the runes that I can see before we talk about, you know, actual League of Legends. Camille is walking to the bottom lane. Hope and Kyle moving to the top side. WE keeping the normal lane assignments. They'll get a ward on the chickens, which will be spotted out by AL. And yeah, this is a part of, well, actually, you know, weirdly enough, it is Cube on the Udyr. I was gonna say again, like normally they'd want to initiate the lane swap, so maybe they know the lane swap is gonna happen, and they're kind of happy to maintain this posture for the time being. And in all fairness, Mazel, I'm not gonna lie, Zeri, Lulu, Sejuani, that Udyr isn't gonna die in a dive.
True. You're not wrong. It's gonna be actually really difficult to deal with. Flandre. And try to go in, get a little grasp attack for himself there, you know. Cube almost dead. He's going to have to TP back.
By the looks of his XP bar, no, he definitely got 3 melee minions worth of XP. I will not say that he only got 2. Monkey.
Okay.
Oh,
they actually found Monkey. The flash immediately from Tarzan gets the hit, and Flandre comes across Monkey. Best laid plans of mice and men. Tarnished into that one.
Not great. Cube is getting to farm, though. Hey. Yeah, let's get a... Did he just...
Okay.
Yeah, just for the XP, I can respect it.
Yeah, honestly. You'll take that.
I think normally it's bad. Like, normally it is bad. Just for clarity. Just so I'm not backtracking on myself. Normally it's bad, but into Sejuani, plus that, you know, bottom lane duo, the likelihood of dying is just... It's really low. It's really, really low. We may finally get some resets coming through and standard lane assignments as Hope and Kyle move their way down to the bottom side, and all is even in the bot lane. There is practically no difference. However, Monkey's feeling pretty angry about that invade earlier.
Okay, they actually just take the... What? This is tough. I mean, he almost dies. Shanks! Oh. Shanks with a 3-man taunt. That's so massive. And Flandre's here, the flash play. Shanks gets the kill there. How is this happening? How is all of this turning against WE? As Karis takes one down. Flandre looking for a hook shot over on a cube. The taunt with that heroic charge. Not going to find anything in the end, at least. Trying to get the taunt there onto him with the winds of war. Oh. Flandre wants one more. Can't get the scissor kick onto Karis. Now Cube tanking him up here, tealing him down. And double kill for the fiery Phoenix of Cube.
Goodness me. Well, it didn't look too bad for AL until they looked for the re-engage onto Karis. They get his flash, but that's 2 kills going over to Cube. And Mazel.
Hello.
I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Yes.
Well, that's a fair amount of gold handed over to WE.
It ain't 4 kills on a Ziggs, but I'll take it.
It's not 4 kills on the Ziggs, but I'll take it. The caveat is 2 of those kills went onto an Udyr. I can't remember the last time I saw that champ be useful in almost any context. So
last year. Udyr was running rampant last year, man. Like he was running all over the place.
Look,
beginning in spring.
Maybe. You know, I wasn't quite full-time on the LPL last year, so you had a lot more exposure to it than I did. Maybe that's what it was. You know, you actually got to see some good it is. Anytime I showed up and returned back to my real
spiritual home. It's just a caster diff, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
I never got to witness a good LPL idea, unfortunately.
That's a skill issue. That's what the pro players tell me anyways.
Yeah, I think so. Tarzan's looking for that invade. Monkey's going to know, but Monkey doesn't seem to care.
Oh.
Actually, Tarzan's going to check into him.
This is not great. He does have his blue buff. Nice flash from Vampire. Bringing Taeyun over here into the trap jaws, and Tarzan will fall to Taeyun. Now Taeyun's excited. Popping some shots from Fishbones into Kyle and Hope, but that's a massive play on bot side from Team WE.
Chain CC was great, but even if... Tarzan had gotten his Q interrupted, so even if he managed to survive through the burst damage, he was not going anywhere. And that kill goes on to Taeyun. Mazel. I don't want to believe it. In fact, I'm not going to.
I'm already calling it. We're going to 5 games.
Oh no. I can feel
See
happy.
how that comment in the production chat works out after that one, huh? We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. We're just gonna keep that an inside joke. No one is.
Yeah, we are. Nobody. It doesn't matter to anybody. The grubs have spawned though, so we will see a little bit of adaptation of pressure up towards this top side. Monkey is gonna come over with Karis as Tarzan's just trying to steal one away before they get here. Gonna use the speed up of that Scuttle Crab take to get him out of there. So it'll be a 2-for-1 grub trade.
Yeah, for now at least. Shanks. Does he have an angle?
Just level 4. Kyle has a level advantage on him. Tarzan trying to follow into Karis, but Karis using that nice little lantern to get himself out of there. Here's Heroic Entrance coming in, trying to get the reset of this fight. Shank's not going to have that big cooldown for himself now or for his team. That sentence going to go just a little bit wide.
It's really awkward. I mean, AL, what they're working with in this early game is a bunch of CC and, you know, incremental damage and then big burst damage, right? You don't kill one target immediately, life gets really hard. And when you're dealing with Lantern, Pantheon-y, you know, even Orianna Shield, or just like Shockwave to interrupt the potential chain CC, it's very, very difficult to win out these early skirmishes if those things don't go your way. It was only a grub apiece, though. There is still 1 grub left in the pit. Tarzan is very aware of this, and the setup is certainly in his favor.
Okay.
So he will steal this away.
Coming back for the scraps. I will say Karis also. Oh, big death sentence from Vampire. Getting the flay onto the jaws, but not enough damage to follow it up. Taeyun does have the Mega Death Rocket. Hope has that lightning crash. ADCs are going to be looking to fight.
Yeah, they will be. My big concern, though, when we talk about AD to AD, is that Taeyun does not have that much setup around him, right? He's got the Orianna to help space, like, provide and build space. He's got the Lantern for safety, yes. Hope has Galio, Lulu, Sejuani as a trio of protection. And then the backup of Flandre's damage. So I do worry as...
Great Surfball.
Not going to amount to much at all, I guess. Oh, Kyle did flash. I didn't even hear the spell get cast. So they get that at the very least out of that ultimate. But not what you want to see out of a first global.
They didn't stop the back, rather. They do get a nice little combo as Glacial Prison will come out on the Vampire, and he has no health bar anymore. Hope gonna take him. Okay, it's Tarzan that takes him, so a little bit unfortunate in that regard, but Vampire gets caught wanting.
Yeah, you could see they tried to donate the kill over to Hope there, but it must have been red buff to steal away that kill credit. Very unfortunate. Vampire gets caught out with no flash. Good pick. Don't decide to go for that dragon after the fact, though. Just take the pick and walk away. I don't mind that, but you definitely would like an early dragon if you can help it. Though the longer a dragon doesn't get taken, the further away Elder Dragon is, and the longer this AL composition gets the scale. So it doesn't even feel that bad to not get right now.
You're right. Buying a little bit of time, maybe, in that chance, at least. TP did get utilized by Flandre up towards top side. Monkey slowly but surely taking this one away. As WE finding 2 games in a row after not having an advantage in 2.5 games. Finally finding consistent advantages now over AL. And we go back to that conversation we've had this entire time of this is a test of strength for AL. What are they going to look like in the playoffs? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, WE are upsetting the mold right now.
Yeah, no, they are. It's a very, very big tonal shift, right? We look at how game 1 and 2 went. Game 3, you know, even if we were to be a little bit realistic and say it felt like a content game from AL, all of a sudden, the winds have kind of shifted for this early game. WE are even, but in a position that they're not super uncomfortable with. The kills already on Karis and Taeyun. Even with their counterparts at the minute. Can continue to keep the game at this state. Try to rely on that Jinx later on to burn through the health bars, burn through the front line in these front to backs. It's still going to be difficult, right? I do worry about the lack of engage that WE have in terms of, you know, easy to throw out. It's not a Glacial Prison like what Sejuani has or Camille Galio. It is going to be a lot more based around position, but the scaling aspects are still there, right? And I think the execution floor is not as high. It's not like so high that I worry.
Yeah. I still really like AL's comp as well in terms of that scaling aspect you're talking about. Just looking at the way that they can have big team fights and kind of directional advantage in terms of who they're trying to take down in these fights with that Glacial Prison. They opted into a heavy team fight composition in this game, and maybe trying to opt into that by buying time and waiting around for these big moments. That's going to be something they can keep an eye on. Hope step it up here. Monkey and Vampire are waiting in the wings to try to collapse, but Grubs are up and at 'em. See if the prio in mid is going to lead to any fights that way.
I think more importantly as well, the prio in top is there for Cube. So Flandre is going to be late to the rotation or have to give up some CS. Monkey could be in a small bit of trouble, but that's what the Lantern's there for. It's a very, very strong tool in situations like this. Bit of a cooldown. Team's actually kind of chunked out here. I think he'd love to hit this wave a little bit. Heal up whatever he can. It's not going to be a lot, but it's going to be meaningful. But now, the way that W have just postured is giving AL complete control over mid. So they might have to give over the river control, because AL can just walk in as a 3 if they so like.
They're trying to dance around these Grubs, as now AL is just going to start that one up. Monkey is over on his red buff right now. the signal will be called that they have started this one up. They have Prio from Taeyun in mid, but the grubs are already falling here pretty quickly. Mega Death Rocket already utilized from Taeyun to try to get one of those grubs. They get 2 of them, so they have 4 total. Now Grand Starfall coming in. TP play. WE, they are split here. That's a little bit deep. That's Karis, and he will not be punished. I mean, that's a bold TP, but I like it.
It was bold, but the TPs this season just take so long, regardless of whether they're unleashed or not. Very fortunate as hello.
Okay.
Glacial
Prison going in there.
Can't fault AL for fishing that at all.
Not
Shanks
at all.
is still
Not
down on the bottom side, doing his thing. And this will be Tank Galio, so no AP shenanigans. We very rarely see AP, but we've seen how much damage that Bruiser build can end up doing, right? The Hollow Radiance into, goodness me, what's the item called again? Rift Maker. There you go. Got there in the end.
There you go. You're doing great.
Thank you, Mazel. I do try sometimes.
So that's a first item, Archangels. There. Typically, you'll see the tier picked up and built later while you stack up the sacks for it. It'll be an immediate pickup by Karis.
All right. Well, pros, if Flandre and Shanks press their R keys on Karis, he's going to be a little bit harder to kill.
True.
Cons, you're not going to do a lot of damage. Yeah, and I think they can definitely be carried in damage right now for the time being by Monkey and by Cube. But it's definitely going to matter the later that this game goes on. I wonder what Karis' second item is going to be, because that will really that'll be really telling of how much work he's going to do in the damage department. There's Tarzan. No ult just yet. Fish Taeyun, but again, Dark Passage is there.
This vampire pick on the Thresh is working out so well. I mean, we've already seen it pay dividends early on, only 14 minutes in.
Yeah. So many times already. Just gotten Monkey out of trouble earlier on. Found the pick a couple of times too.
Dragon time.
It is dragon time though, like you say, and this is where Thresh can definitely falter a little bit.
Okay, they just got Flandre into the fight, but now it's a front to back, and Flandre wants to find angles. He wants to find different avenues to get into the fight. WE are just going to push up with Cube, now move over to the Dragon, but the fight has already kicked off on a Monkey. The Dragon is taken. Here comes the Lightning Crash, and here comes AL's team fight comp. They are just running at WE, and there ain't no hope in the world for anybody on WE's side. Those combos of ultimate, the Venn diagram of death has come for WE.
The only hope here is on AL. And he is very happy to play out this team fight with so much frontline. I mean, this is the big worry that we had when we see these compositions get locked in. How do WE ever play a front to back versus what feels like the Exodia comp of Doom of a front to back? Yeah, this is going to be a bit troublesome, I think, for WE as we progress into this game in the 5v5s. They're going to have to turn this game into one of side lane and picks, but you're playing against Camille Galio, so even doing that is going to be difficult. The excellent three-man taunt is great.
Actually
the knock-up
does
as
so
well
much work.
From the Lulu ult, and yeah, it's like you said, his positioning puts in so much work. WE, man. Where will you go now? Is my big
This
question
is exactly what I expected. Like, I see AL draft this comp, and this is a comp where they just went from saying, we don't respect you whatsoever, we're going to grab random picks that probably don't work together, to saying, we know we're better than you, we're going to take a team fight comp, and you can do nothing about it.
It also just screams, we want to go home now. We've had enough of this series. Like, it was all fun and games until you didn't let us win with the Elise comp.
Okay. Tarzan.
Yo,
This is the Arctic Assault there. A little bit tough, but the Rift Herald is up. See if they want to fight over it. A lot of vision by WE as Grand Starfall comes out. Kyle using his movement speed to get away. Monkey, unfortunately, cannot connect there, but does get into the space to provide pressure on this mid lane. Oh, Taeyun caught, wanting Dark Passage, but it's Hope looking for him anyways. Gets flayed in, the wild growth, and he's just light and crashing all over them. He doesn't even have to worry about it as he's firing away the zip, zap, and zoom of Hope on AL.
He's trying to smite him, maybe, to prevent his base there. Oh!
This is not Arcane, sorry.
No, it's not. And again,
how long until those jokes get old, by the way? I think for Alk Battery, they're already old. How about you?
Well, Alk's a grumpy old man. You know,
got
he doesn't like anything. He doesn't like. No. Screw you, Alk. No, we don't love you. He's lying. It's a good flash from
no
Vampire.
lying here, though.
It's a good flash from Vampire.
Oh no, Hope!
Oh.
I didn't see that he cleansed.
No, it's fine. I mean, actually, the bigger thing here is that he misses the last Q. Hey, observers!
You didn't get to watch the rest of that.
Observers! Let us watch the replay. We want to see him miss the last Q to not get the Vampire kill, man.
Dude, by the way, how Chad is it that this is working out with a first pick Lulu by Kyle?
I mean,
in the grand scheme of LPL drafts, where did you expect Lulu to be first pick on blue side?
Well, in defense of my gargantuan brain, of course.
Of course.
I'm not saying that I called out the Lulu, but maybe not first pick. I'll stop the self glaze. I didn't expect it to get first pick, but I did expect it to show up. Probably, it was either that or Renata lane. It was always going to be one or the other. Lulu made a little bit more sense in this case. This is the trend we see when we hit this game 4-5. It feels like we've shifted into a different meta, and Zeri and Jinx are the new premier S tier ADCs. Once we've gotten rid of, let me just go through the list: Ezreal, Varus, MF, Ziggs. What was who cares about what the other two were? Once you get through, those four, then Jinx and Zeri are like the champs.
Hey, I'm just happy to see these two guys get a little bit of a leg up and go at each other. I feel like there's been so many weird, different focuses in this series. AL obviously having a lot of that focus, but even in the last game, WE having the combo of Karis and Monkey, find all that success. Was nice to see little glimmers of hope of what can be possible for WE going into the next split, as they will be done with this split after this series. Atacon is up. We have Dragon up on the other side of the map. Split focuses could come out here, but it would be a second Dragon for either side.
Would be a second Dragon. I feel like AL are just going to get this one for pretty much free. If WE contest this, I think they're just asking to lose the game. It seems like that will be the case. They're just going to give it up. Taeyun is basing. I don't know if he's going to have second item. He must still be a little bit away. Sold the coal. No, he's got LDR. All right, not bad. He's on a very good spike right now.
2 items for both carries.
Yeah. Armor pen's in. It's going to help cut through the front line for sure. Tier 1's going to drop though.
Yeah, and then I mean, Tarzan can just go for any engages he wants to, knowing that he has so much backup behind him, freely using this Glacial Prison to just find picks.
Whenever he wants, really. Oh, Cube. I mean, he is an idiot with 2 items.
You have the hover coming down from Shanks.
He'll be the most useful idiot you'll see in Pro Play. Maybe ever.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I miss.
You love to hear that.
I miss old Adir. Can we talk about that for a second whilst these guys take Dragon and there's probably not going to be a response? I do.
Why?
I do. He was just funny stance, man.
Funny hoo-hoo guy for,
he was just funny
I get to change a bunch of different animals.
Look, he's just funny nature guy with a PS1, champion model. His base skin was Spirit Guarded,
I did get that skin immediately when it came out. I was an Udyr jungle guy back in the day. And I even don't want that old stuff, So I don't know. Jemana, you're a little crazy.
So was I, man. No, I mean, so was I, and I think that's why I miss Udyr so much. Fully inspired that the madman, by the madman, that is Trick 2G. Oh, that guy.
Goodness.
Ain't that a
What a
throwback. For the old
throwback.
heads.
Yeah, for sure.
He's a
Nostalgia
dad now,
just
by the way.
twinged in everybody's mind.
He's a dad,
We've
by
seen-
the way, if that doesn't make you feel old.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Should that happen? You know, the world
Should
may
that
never know.
happen?
As
Moving on.
the nostalgia thing. Yeah, and that's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Oh, right, the nostalgia thing, yes.
Yeah. There has been a dragon on the rift for a long time, but nobody's taken that.
It's a
cane.
cloud
like-
dragon, who cares?
Yeah,
That's, you know.
Atlas just shuddered somewhere.
I know.
there-
I
Because
shuddered.
The
I shuddered as I
Atacon,
said it.
though. Are we in a position? I mean, AL could absolutely do this, enforce the play.
Yeah.
Are they going to? I don't think so, but they're waiting to see if WE are going to pull the trigger, and it's the trigger pulled on them. Oh, that's dirty. Hope takes him down for his third kill of the game, sitting at 3-0-2 against his old organization, and here he is popping off.
It's taken me 23 minutes to notice, so call me a bad analyst if you want, but I feel like going ghost here on as Taeyun is a little greedy, given
Bold.
what AL's one singular engage tool is based on. They're going to try and make a pick onto Flandre. Here you go, wave's gone.
Okay.
And the dive will
Bring
happen.
Vampire. Maybe it's enough.
Yeah, it will happen in about 15
Oh,
seconds. Oh, walking pot.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dude, Flandre's
like
got big
this.
brains, man.
yeah.
Gonna
He's
walk
got
his way out of here
flash.
by so much time.
How's he
Maybe
gonna
trying to
use
get
the
the
flash?
Atacon. Maybe no, not enough time.
Oh, he
That would have been
almost
banger.
buffered.
That would have been so good.
You know what? I actually feel a little bit bad there for Flandre because I think he's timed the hook shot correctly, but because of how the thresh hook works, it pulls you twice.
Yeah.
So I think he's buffered the initial hook itself, but then that second pull has interrupted his actual hook shot, which is a bit unfortunate. Unless it was Flay and I just didn't see the animation. Very plausible.
Maybe we'll get a
at this-
replay.
at this
Probably
stage.
not.
Probably not. I
Um,
imagine. Yeah.
Monkey stayed bot lane and got the turret. It wasn't like first turret or anything. It was just a singular
Good for him.
turret. We did see more turrets fall in favor of AL, though. So we'll see if that actually comes back to bite them at all. Dragon's still up on the table, but the Atacon GA up for another minute and 40 seconds. So AL can kind of have their pick of the litter in terms of what they want to do on the map.
Yeah, they do. Just kind of wondering when Baron's going to get started, to be honest. If I may out.
We're at the 25-minute mark.
Oh.
Oh, Taeyud. Oh, see, this is where you really wish you had cleanse, isn't it? TP even. Oh my God. AL just gonna push down mid lane. They don't even
Yeah.
need the Baron.
I mean, they can break this tower open.
No
very easily.
way.
Oh.
Is this how the series ends? There's no freaking way that this is how the series ends. Lightning Crash
Giselle.
comes in. Monkey's dead. WE,
it's
you
ending.
blink and they lose the game. What?
Yeah. First
Okay,
nail.
Tarzan getting hit. There's the inhib gone. Tarzan about to go down, sent back. No, he's healing. He's shielding. And Kyle comes up big for his team again. Now AL realized they were biting off a little bit more than they could chew. They did take that mid inhib and side lane turrets, but they'll back off after that.
Yeah, they will. Inhib's open, though, in the mid lane. Or rather, down, to use the more apt terminology.
Down, up, all figments of our imagination.
Yep. Oh, the dragon's dying. Hey, look at that.
Let's
They
go.
remember the dragon exists. Well, it should just be resets for those who need to spend the gold and a play around Baron. I don't really see another path that AL need to take here. WE, in an ideal world, they try to look for a pick now as the Atacon buff falls off, but I think it's too far gone. I don't really see this one happening.
It's going to clear some vision around this top side, but AL's comp and the lead that they have put them in a beautiful position to take this group if they can finish out this game. WE going to need a little bit of spurring of life somewhere, somehow. And maybe AL trying to snuff that one out now. TP coming in. This is it. This is AL's moment to pounce. This is AL getting the rogue entrance onto 3, but he was already dead before he came down. Todd's not going to hit, but look on the side. Karis is down. WE are being eliminated one by little one as Vampire will see the shining light that is anyone's legend. The leaders of Group A looking to go undefeated in this group at 3-0. 27.5 minutes in. AL are taking down the final Nexus turrets here. They fight it out. They get a tooth and nail 2 against Cube. Cube gone. Hope and Shanks with the redemption arc against their old team, against their old organization, will mark a first seed placing for anyone's legend going into playoffs.
Fantastic stuff from AL. Not much else to say. Game 3 was a content game, man. That's it.
It's
Game
worse
4,
because now it's solidified.
like now, it's like we could ask the question in Game 3 and be like, is this just a content game?
Yeah.
And oftentimes in the LPL, so many times have we been robbed of that answer. Not today. Not today at all. It was completely resounding as they take their bow through the Xi'an crowd. Good series.
Really awesome stuff.
Realistically, it might be a 3-0. I mean, a 3-1 rather. But it spiritually might feel like a 4-0 now to WE in retrospect. I will say,
I'm just happy we got to see something from WE.
Exactly.
I'm happy we didn't have an
that's where I'm at.
unwinning team in our league.
That's where I'm at. For me, the fact that WE at the very least looked moderately better with Monkey in, I think is a good sign and is room to build on, right? Realistically, I think you can look at this series and go, cool. We weren't dead in the water for 3 games like we were in the other series. And hopefully this is the beginning of a potential building block. We'll see how it all works out once we get around to seeing WE in a couple of months' time.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be unfortunate that we don't get to see WE anymore. Even if there's some lacking of maybe some positivity in those last couple series, it was nice to see that game number 3 and maybe building something forward. I think Monkey is obviously somebody that deserves at this point an LPL shot. I mean, he was having a lot of positive moments. I think being able to see Karis have that Yone performance still solidifies Yone as an incredible champion right now in the meta. But AL returning to something, again, like I said it in the draft, or in the game rather, they realized we're just better than this team. We just need to win in a team fight comp, and they just took it to them. I think that realization is powerful in some regard for AL, but we should hold this team to a higher regard.
I want to stay serious, Mazel, but they just didn't care, man. They just didn't care. I agree, we should hold them to a higher standard, but when you see the Game 3 to Game 4 difference, extra stage time, you know, like they got to play some Elise on stage. Probably learned that they shouldn't do that again.
Please no.
Probably learned that they shouldn't be doing that again, right?
Nope.
Yeah. AL are good. And they
That's
might be
the
as
new
good.
Tristana mid pick for me, by the way. I know Trist was good for a lot of last year, but at the end she was really bad, and the LPL team still kept picking her for some reason.
Was Tristana bad, or did they just not figure out how to play her post changes? You know, like
maybe.
the builds and slight that up for debate. up for debate. Yeah. That said, I think AL. That game, learning lesson. At least bad.
Good.
Set
Okay.
contextually playable. Right? Set contextually playable? Contextually. Come on. You can agree with like it's
I can't say anything or I'll get fined. I don't know, man. Sorry.
3-1. Wow! Hope did the most damage in the game. Who's surprised? Not me.
What a thunk.
Nope, not at all. Composition built around him. 37% of the team's damage share. And we didn't really get to see that many big team fights out of him. That really lets you Really lets you know how that game was being played out.
Yeah.
And despite the early skirmish going WE's way, I think the sad fact of the matter is the kills went to Cube. Right?
It's slowed down, right? Like
yeah.
their proactivity was so good, but once it slows down, you give a team fight comp like AL that much room to grow. It's so hard.
Unfortunately, yeah, and like we were talking about, the execution floor wasn't particularly high for this composition from WE, but it's just not a through and through front to back composition. Like
you're fighting like this, man. This is crazy.
This skirmish, it's AL again, kind of throwing WE another lifeline, right? They're the ones that look for this pick, this turnaround. They come in for the taunt here. Does end up connecting, and the turn looks good, but Karras has flash, right?
He does.
And they just overestimate their damage. If these 2 kills go onto the Orianna, fantastic. Maybe there's room to play around. Udyr is just not a useful champion. Like,
I
9 times out of 10. I can't not stand on this hill, unfortunately. Kind of just is what it is.
This was the nail in the coffin for this fight.
Yeah.
I mean, you just see literally everything for AL working out perfectly in succession there.
Yeah, it's team fight heaven for AL.
Hope was having a good time, that's for sure.
He was. After you see that kind of fight, that's the kind of fight where you look at the game. If you're just kind of in passing, you go, yeah, this game's fun.
2 in a row, come on.
Observers doing their
package
thing.
not doing Taeyun very well.
Look,
Taeyun,
no! 3! I mean, Taeyun should have taken Cleanse. Well, Cleanse wouldn't have saved him in this play, but like he should have. It
would have saved him in the other 2 for sure.
Yeah, just a little bit greedy. Mikhail's first from Vampire actually was the shout as well. So they were really trying to push their limits and be a bit greedy. And why not? You're already out. No reason not to. Try and push them limits, but limits were firmly pushed back on by AL.
Yeah. They finished the game so ruthlessly, man.
No
just
Baron.
like the first push that just took the inhib, and then just to finish the game after that fight. I mean, really impressive decision making, at least from anyone's legend, but that also just means that we have to bid adieu to Team WE for the split. A long while, like we said, until we see them again, until that spring split starts. We have to make it through all of playoffs. We have to make it through all of first stand, and then the little break that they're going to have between. And it feels bad that a team with such legacy like Team WE has in the LPL, that this new iteration isn't working for them. But hey, here's hoping that the next iteration or the continuation of this iteration maybe makes Team WE in that contesting for that spring split.
They should be. They should be in that like middle of the pack.
It's not going to be as ruthless as this split for sure.
Yeah, of course. Like you have to remember the formats are changing. Wow, Tarzan snagged himself an MVP. Fair play.
100% KP.
I don't hate this. I don't hate this at all. Yeah, Tarzan was a lot of their early game plays and certainly their mid game plays.
Poor Taeyun.
Poor Taeyun. Poor Taeyun, man. Poor Taeyun.
Measurement, Monkey versus Tarzan. How'd you feel?
Well, Tarzan's not called the king of the jungle for nothing, is what I'll say. Yeah.
They have a lot to work with in that next Tarzan movie. That's all I'll say as well.
Yeah, they do.
I love that we kept that going all 4 games. Anyways, before we get going, I do want to give one last huge thank you to our Elite Coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Thank you so very much for what you do. Your contribution helps level up the broadcast in so many ways. It gives back to us, to the cast and crew, the people behind the scenes that strive to give you this LPL English fan-made project every single day. If you want to subscribe, the links are going out now in chat. Please support us. It is awesome that we get to continuously tell these stories, and we're getting to the brass tacks of it as playoffs right around the corner. Make sure you tune in for the rest of the games this week. Jamada, it was an absolute pleasure. Bread behind the scenes, making all the buttons go beep boop and making us look half decent. Thank you so much, Bread. And we will see you tomorrow for more LPL English.